Pew!
Bang.
Words.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of the internet and of parts unknown, it is time for episode 8 of season 5 of the House Divided podcast. We are here. We are back on our regularly scheduled programming or day, talking about sports.
Sometimes.
I kind of have lost the intro there for a second there. Forgot where I was, what I was doing. We're here. The Detroit Lions are apparently on the 1-16 Express.
Yes. Yes, they are. I hope so anyway.
Not the 0-17 Express?
No, I want to win at least one game.
Fair enough. And
now there's a chance we could still win a game and still have the number 1 pick, depending on how things shape out with what happened to the Jacksonville Jaguars and their failure at tanking. So,
Okay, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a show today. Hopefully it's going to be a quick one, but we got stuff to talk about, so let us get right into it with Stupid People Say Stupid Things. If I could press the right button. Jordan, both of us have a few.
A lot.
Do you want me to go through mine first, because I have less?
Sure.
And I haven't opened my beer yet for yours?
You're gonna need it.
I may need to open mine now for mine.
Oh God.
There we go.
Mine are. Oh, it was a week of stupid on the old interwebs, man.
We talked about it last week. It just seems to be getting worse every week as we get through the season, through the year.
Stupidity is just an epidemic, man. It's everywhere.
So let's start. My first one comes from you know him. You probably don't love him.
Depends on the day.
Horace.
Large Elephants himself.
Large Elephants who might just win Stupid Person of the Year just by how many times he is on this segment.
Every week since we discovered he exists.
No, there was a couple weeks where he was off of it. Just because it was just his normal dumb. This one is just so... This is another one of those so dumb that it makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense, but yeah. It's so dumb that it just... Yeah. Because he was on another one of his... he was on another... Here, I'll just read it to you. Now, I am going to say this was in response to RJ Young's top 25 from this week, which was, once again, pretty bad.
Stupidception.
Yeah. We ain't... This is... Now let's get to Horace. We ain't no 12s. We still want and just beat it on Misty Stains by all the football points, but said y'all took toast around. Roll Tide.
I mean, hey, Alabama does score a lot of them football points.
They scored a lot of football points against Mississippi State.
Horace.
It's just another one of Horace's... It's essentially a, we didn't lose.
Yeah.
Our loss doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Yeah. Right. Now, moving on to this individual who first time on this segment. Unfortunately for him. This is in reply to the Tampa Bay Lightning after the Lightning beat the Washington Capitals in overtime.
Unfortunately.
Depending on who you are talking about. And
I wish nothing good about the Lightning anymore.
This individual is also a Tampa fan, so this just makes it dumber. His Twitter handle is NZM62209.
I see.
And again,
first name, last name, bunch of numbers.
Yeah. Not even first name, last name, just letters, bunch of numbers. This individual tweeted, in reply to the Tampa Bay Lightning, the Tampa Bay Lightning took to Twitter and posted the score from their win.
As teams do.
Yep. Yo, okay, sit down, buddy. If it wasn't for an inexperienced Tampa, you would never have your cup, so thank us.
Huh?
Yeah.
What are they trying to get at?
I don't know, because he replied directly to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
If it wasn't for Tampa wouldn't have their cups?
Apparently.
Huh. I mean, when you put it that way, I suppose he's not wrong, but I don't think that's the point he was trying to make.
I don't think that's what he was trying to get at.
Coastal Carolina, 17-14. Yes.
They need 4 points to cover.
I know. Unfortunately.
Now, this one comes from Facebook, which will soon probably be rebranded, but this is dumb.
Yeah, right.
It's from a
Facebook for now.
Named Daniel. This was on 11 Warriors made a post about Urban Meyer winning his first NFL game, which we will talk about in a little while.
Yep.
This is what this man tweeted, or Facebook posted in reply. Greatest and worst thing to ever happen to OSU was this clown. The greatest thing was that he left. He brought nothing to Ohio State.
Well, it wasn't the best thing, according to you, was it? He brought nothing. He brought nothing to Ohio State. Then what good is there to be had?
That he left. That was the worst thing. His reference apparently was the worst thing was that Urban Meyer came to Ohio State, and the best was that he left.
Huh?
At least I'm assuming that's his logic. Urban Meyer won a college football national title for Ohio State.
Yes, he did.
And 7 Big Ten championships and a couple Rose Bowls.
Unfortunately, yes. Again, depending on who you're speaking to.
He won some things. Now, my fourth. Third.
Oh,
Fourth. I think fourth. Yeah, fourth. This is a 2-for-1. One is the Detroit Free Press.
Yeah.
We said the writer was
Sean Windsor.
Sean Windsor, who I don't know who he is because I don't read the Detroit Free Press.
Well, and I don't really read the Free Press because they say a lot of stupid things like this. But I've never heard of this guy. So I guess he's either new or he just doesn't say stupid things a lot, or I don't know.
He woke up one day and felt like being stupid.
Woke up feeling stupid.
Sean Windsor wrote an article about the Michigan State Spartans having the best wide receiver core in the Big Ten. Laughs in Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they got guys, but I don't like.
Michigan State has some guys. Ohio State has dudes.
They have one. Michigan State has one dude, I think, at wide receiver. That on our scale of dude.
Yeah.
That I would put there, and that's Jaden Reed. I mean, Ohio State has like 3.
Ohio State had a dude who left Ohio State because he was a backup and is starting for Alabama.
Yeah.
Ohio State's wide receiver core, dudes.
Meanwhile, Michigan State's is like transfer portal darlings.
Yeah. Brian Hartline as a wide receiver coach, dude. Anyhow, that's half of the stupid. Let's move on to the second part from this individual named Nick.
Oh boy.
His Twitter handle is his last name. His Twitter picture is him holding a dead deer that he, I would assume, successful hunt. First off, good for you if that was the case, and that you just didn't find a dead one on the road.
Yeah, you never know.
So Nick tweets this. I think people are confusing the best coach with best wide receivers. Hartline at Ohio State produces NFL wide receivers, and there's no disputing that. However, this story is about 2021 and what he's put on the field this year, which is the best group of wide receivers in the Big Ten. Reed, Mosley, and Speedy. So an individual. This is actually a 3-for-1. Individual replied to him.
Jesus.
Yeah. An individual replied to him asking, where are you coming up with this information? Which is fair. Not even as Ohio State fan, I'm saying that's fair. Just in general, as a sports watcher, that's fair. Now, in comes David. David tweets, I think it's safe to say, based off production, that Naylor and Reed are better than anyone Ohio State has this year. Sure, they're more talented, but stats are hard to dispute.
Get out of here with that.
When this other individual, and this individual was not me, asked him what production, provide numbers, he provided these numbers. Reed has
here we go.
Reed has 707 yards and 7 touchdowns. Naylor has 493 yards and 6 touchdowns. Both of those are through 6 games. Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, and Jackson Smith-Njigba have, according to this guy, virtually the same stats. Apparently, it's close to him.
Going to assume that it's not.
They're close. If you take in the fact that Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, and Jackson Smith-Njigba have played one full game.
Yeah, there's that too.
Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson sat in the fourth quarter against Minnesota. They played the full game against Oregon because, well, Ohio State was losing that game. Yep. They sat at the tail end of the Tulsa game when Ohio State got up by multiple scores. They didn't play at all the second half against Akron, Rutgers, or Maryland.
Meanwhile, Michigan State has struggled in the second half of games.
Of every game they've played, other than Northwestern.
And has to keep their starters in the whole time. And I mean, half of a lot of these games, because I've watched every Michigan State game since week 3. Since week 3. And they disappear in the second half. They were a little better this last week, but yeah, no, those stats are not comparable.
No. When you have receivers that are playing half games to guys who have to play full games.
Yeah.
So yeah. And then finally, this is the second case in a row, 2 weeks in a row in this segment, where there's just too much stupid from one post that we can't pin it on one individual. Yesterday, I believe it. Yes, it was yesterday. Or no, I'm sorry. It was Monday night. Ohio State / 11 Warriors. 11 Warriors being an Ohio State sports blog. 11 Warriors lead reporter and Ohio State beat writer Dan Hope tweeted the time of the Ohio State-Penn State game happening next weekend, Saturday, October 30th.
Yeah, big weekend in college football, that.
Yeah. About 25 to 30 people all replied to this tweet saying, Penn State isn't next weekend. Indiana is next weekend.
Focus on Indiana.
Indiana's this weekend, though. And I this is the one stupid that I actually got involved with just because it was too stupid, and I tweeted this. I replied to one person. So this is just the one individual that I saw. He was like the 20th individual that I saw. And don't look past Indiana. This is how Ohio State loses games. And I replied to his tweet. Dan Hope is a reporter. It is his job to report things and news about the team. He is doing his job. By the way, Indiana is this weekend. Penn State is next weekend. The reply I got back from this individual is... Let me find it.
There were some all caps bits in there, if I remember correctly.
Don't look past Indiana. Also, the next weekend. And then he went on. Also, next weekend is this weekend.
I mean,
no. Like, there is no. On a Tuesday, this weekend, as in the weekend that is happening in 3 days, is not next weekend anymore. It is this weekend. I don't go up to someone, hey, what are you doing next weekend, while talking about Saturday the 23rd. And then I replied that to him. I went back. I doubled down with, Dan Hope is a reporter. He is doing his job as a reporter.
Well, and I said this to you, and you shared that with me, and I hate it when Michigan fans and really any fans do it. Period. It's just like, we're fans. Like, we don't have to worry about not losing focus. It's like, Jesus.
I replied to this guy again. Dan Hope is a reporter, and he just kept going, don't look past Indiana. This weekend is next weekend, or next weekend is this weekend. And it's like, and I finally was like, dude, you were literally
this next weekend. You
are the literal only person in the world who, when talking about the upcoming weekend, refers to it as next weekend. No normal human talks like that. And then I haven't heard. Then I got a reply about how I was condescending and yada yada yada.
That's the internet for you.
Hang on. That person and all of the people I've talked about are
loser.
Take us away, Jordan. I got my beer ready.
Well, like I said, you're gonna need it. I'm gonna start, oddly enough, with one that didn't have anything to do with sports.
Oh no.
Had everything to do with this video out of Florida where
a
baby alligator was fighting,
home sweet home, baby. Yes.
Was fighting a bobcat in someone's backyard, and they filmed it,
which is a normal thing, a normal happening in Florida.
So
kind of semi-normal.
Didn't go so well for the baby alligator. Fought his ass off, but didn't work out for him very well in the end. Wound up in the bobcat's mouth. But anyway, we have Peter from Facebook.
Oh no.
Says, why was that alligator in such an exposed position? This looks set up to me. And if so, someone very cruel is to blame. Followed by Paul, who says, I agree. No water in sight. That was staged. Disgusting. You really think somebody just got a baby alligator and a bobcat?
Went to find a bobcat.
Killing around to stage this? To film it? I mean, there's some cruel people in the world, I know, but yeah, sure. Let me just go grab my baby alligator out of the basement, feed him to the bobcat. Like, what? Fucking hell. We move on. The unfortunate news came this week that Cade Cunningham, the number 1 overall draft pick by the Detroit Pistons, is going to miss tonight's season opener, and is going to miss probably a little bit more time with an ankle injury. And this person is not the stupid person, and that's the question I was wondering on this post. Why?
Oh, I missed one in mine.
Oh no!
I'll let you finish this.
Okay. Someone says, who the fuck is laughing at this? Because there were, I think, 1 or 2 like laugh react emojis. Is it an injury? And Christopher comes along and says he's a bust. The original poster replies, he hasn't even played a game yet. Chill. How do you label somebody a bust before they've even played a game? You got nothing either, then.
I'm good. Okay. I got nothing. I'm gonna take mine then, real quick, because mine is basketball related. I actually forgot about this one.
There we go.
This came from Facebook on a reply to the Cleveland Cavaliers post on Facebook. Nate tweeted, replied, "We will be the top team of the East." The Cleveland
in reference to the Cavs.
In reference to the Cavs.
Yeah, good luck with that.
The Cleveland Cavaliers might win 10 games.
They're not that bad, but they're definitely not good.
They're going to be awful. Continue, though.
Now I'm half curious as to what their projected win total is. But anyway,
I'm going to Google that.
Figure that out later. We will figure that out later. I have found what might be the silliest and most nonsensical podcast intro of all time from YouTube with the account Same Spit Different Face TV, whatever that means. And this man starts every podcast with this line, and it's also in his description, and I'm going to read it exactly how it's written. Welcome to Same Spit Different Face podcast, where my opinions is facts, and if you don't like my opinions, you can start your own podcast. And yes, if you're wondering, that yont is YOU''ONT. My opinions is facts. I don't know if that's possible.
The Cleveland Cavaliers are projected to win 25 games.
Eek.
The Pistons are at 26.5. That's the over-under for the Cavs is 25.5. The Pistons is 26.5.
Over on the Pistons might not be terrible. They were winning it last checked tonight against the Bulls. They're supposed to be good, but regardless. Speaking of the Pistons, we got more basketball. Pistons playing their opener right now on a post. I believe this was about Cade Cunningham's injury as well.
Oh, no.
At least the original post was.
Oh, no.
But not Oliver Aaron on Instagram simply says, go back to the Palace. Of course, the Pistons these days playing their home games in Little Caesars Arena in downtown.
Yep.
Problem with going back to the Palace. The small problem with that doesn't exist anymore. They kind of tore it down.
It's not there.
Unfortunately. I love the Palace and everything. Come on.
It's not there.
It's not even a pile of rubble anymore.
No.
Well, another Detroit Free Press entry here in Stupid People Saying Stupid Things.
Dude, twice in one show. After not being on the show this entire season, twice in a show.
Only a matter of time. And surprisingly, it's not Carlos Monterez this time either. It is Jeff Seidel of the Free Press who wrote the article, "Don't be fooled. Matthew Stafford didn't escape the Detroit Lions. He was a part of the problem," with the caption on this post. "The national media will create a nonsense narrative this week suggesting Matthew Stafford has escaped from Detroit. Nothing could be further from the truth. Stafford played a role in the Detroit Lions' struggles. He wasn't held hostage. He was part of the problem." Now, I'd like to throw a question out there that I actually don't even know the answer to. When was the last time the Lions won a game without Matthew Stafford?
2019.
I don't think so. Because Stafford got hurt in 2019, and then we didn't win a game the rest of the year. He got hurt like midway through the season that we lost every game that we played because we had like David Blau and some other people starting games.
2018.
I think it was. No, he didn't miss games for a long time. I think it was just. I don't know the exact game or the exact season. I'm gonna guess somewhere in like 2009, 2010, because early in his career, Stafford was injured a little bit, and I'm gonna assume we won at least one of those games. But you look back before we even had Stafford. What was the season right before we got Matthew Stafford? 0-16.
Over. Who wrote that article?
Stafford, that was Jeff Seidel.
Jeff Seidel needs to
stay off the weed.
Take 2 weeks off and quit.
No, stay off the weed.
Yeah, that one too.
Continue. You'll love going back when you go back and listen to this. You'll love that part.
So
He does need to do that in the second part though too.
The Atlanta Braves and the LA Dodgers are playing the NLCS. In the midst of that, Braves fucking blew a big one last night.
Yes, they did.
To tie that series 2-2, unfortunately for me. And I believe it was game 1 or game 2. Trey Turner hit a ball that was a deep fly out at Truist Park, the home of the Braves. And Ben Verlander, the brother of Justin,
Oh no.
tweeted out something that was some stat that somebody came up with that said that was a home run in every other ballpark in the majors. And it brought up the question of how, because the part of the ballpark that was hit to is 380 feet ish, and somehow MLB StatCast or whatever they call it has that ball at a projected distance of 403 feet. I don't know how, because it got caught prior to the 380 sign. If that ball doesn't get caught and it hits the ground, that's certainly not another 20 feet. It wasn't a line drive. I don't know. But of course, that brought up a lot of questions, myself included, saying that was not 403 feet. We have Israel Martin from Twitter.
Oh
and
no.
he says things like projected, keyword. At that angle and exit velocity, that ball travels on average 403 feet. Somebody replies to him with, it ignores spin rate and efficiency, which obviously matter. It's a flawed projection. He goes, it's not flawed, it's simplified, but apparently not enough for a lot of people. And that the person who said it was a flawed projection comes back with, how is that not flawed? Omitting relevant batted ball data, then making a flawed deduction is supposed to be instructive? It's a very flawed projection. And Israel is apparently very, very defensive. I don't know.
Projected stat.
Very weird hill to die on for this guy.
Yeah.
And my final one, mercifully, this comes from a post from ESPN's College Game Day that really had nothing to do with the stupid comment that we're about to hear. The post itself, it was a game day sign, says Kentucky is a football team. Of course, they were, it was Kentucky and Georgia, I do believe.
Yeah, and then, well, Kentucky ain't a football school. They got taken behind the woodshed. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yep. So this is Sharon from Twitter.
Oh, no.
And she must be just the most loyal college game day viewer of all time. And she says, Pollock's favorite word lately is piss. 9 a.m. Saturday morning with family in all caps. There are other words to use that are more appropriate for my family viewing. This isn't an anomaly. He did it several times 2 weeks ago. Disappointed. And all I have to say about that, Sharon,
piss off.
You bum ass Tennessee fan. I think you might want to change your name to Karen.
Oh, well. I was
Christ.
just going to say she needs to piss off.
Yeah, that too. There were plenty of people that replied to her like, you pissed me off, sure.
That's awesome. That's
I don't know what she expected. It's Jesus Christ. That'll do it though for stupid people saying stupid things. Let's do the news.
It's time for the news. I was hoping this week was going to be rant-free news, just quick, easy news.
Hell no.
But
then Tennessee
happened, and then some other things happened. I'm gonna take this first one because there's
I think you might want to.
a lot of hatred here. A lot of hatred here. First, well, not first. On Saturday night, Ole Miss played Tennessee at the shithole Neyland Stadium in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, they striped the stadium and lively, passionate crowd.
Things
sounds like a great thing. In theory,
things were going all right up until
they were for a little while.
Game was actually solid up until, well, I mean, the game was good all night for the most part.
Yeah, we'll get to. Man, we have to talk about the ending to that game. That's the fuck.
We'll get to
the actual last play of that game. We'll get to that when we get to that game.
Tennessee's last play or just the last play?
Tennessee's last play.
Okay. Well, I'm going to touch on it just for a second. Tennessee had a 4th and 25. They were down by 5 and needed to go for it with 50-ish seconds to go. Well, they didn't get it because there aren't a lot of plays in your playbook for 4th and a mile for 4th and 25 there. Nope. They were about 1.5 yards short. The refs went and reviewed this. Well, they didn't get it. Failed to convert. That is when all stupidity broke loose and the disgrace began because the Tennessee Volunteers are...
This dude is the epitome of a disgrace.
Tennessee fans started throwing various objects including golf balls, water balloons, water bottles and beer bottles / beer cans, and a mustard bottle.
Multiple.
What the fuck brings mustard bottles to basketball games?
Like, did they go to
football
the
games?
Concession stand? Did they go to like concession stands and just be like, "Yo, we need this," and just to go and chuck it on the field? Like, who has a mustard bottle on their person at a game?
They had to have taken it.
Or a golf ball.
They had golf balls, not just one, and water balloons. Like,
it's almost like this was
planned.
Something they were expecting.
Yeah. Because of this pathetic and, in my opinion, extremely unshocking display of lack of class from the Tennessee Volunteer fans, the game got delayed for approximately 30 minutes. Oh, and to make it even fucking worse, to just make this an even worse display of a complete lack of class, which again isn't shocking because it's Tennessee. That's their MO. Lack of class is the fucking Tennessee Volunteers MO. They are a fucking joke. They're bullshit. They're just terrible. A disgrace. The Tennessee student section was cheering while Matt Corral was on the ground being evaluated for injury.
Yeah, as a proud member of the Matt Corral fan club, that hurt.
These scumbags are a complete disgrace to college football. This right here, in my opinion, the best thing about college football is the atmosphere and the fans. And all of those scumbags, all 85, 90,000 of them, just gave the entirety of college football a massive, massive black eye. Yeah, it's going to reflect on Tennessee longer because it's going to be remembered a hell of a lot longer. But the rest of this season, we're in week 8 now, or we're going into week 8, the next 6 weeks of college football, or 5 weeks of regular season college football, this is going to be hanging over it like a cloud. The Volunteers were fined $250,000 by the SEC, which is massive, but not even close to enough. The Tennessee Volunteers still have their liquor license, which is a disgrace. The SEC did fucking nothing other than, we're taking some money away from you. Fucking embarrassment.
I mean, I don't think Michigan fans would generally do this just because, I mean, the lack of class by Tennessee is, I mean,
it's second to none. I don't see Ohio State fans doing this. I don't see, Florida Gators fans, don't see them doing it. Michigan fans, I don't see doing it.
This is why, I mean, even still, I am glad that they don't sell alcohol at Michigan Stadium. because you put 100,000 people in there, potentially all boozed up. I know they're gonna tailgate afterwards, but fuck.
And beforehand.
And some sneaky in alcohol or whatever. But I'd rather have that happen and then they're in there and then they got a chance to sober up before the bad shit happens than having them all boozed up.
So, Ohio State sells.
I don't know why. I don't know why anybody sells alcohol at these college games, pro games, whatever. Smaller stadiums, do what you want.
Ohio State sells booze.
Games with 100,000 people at them, can't do it.
Ohio State sells booze at their games, and they haven't had anything like this, and I honestly don't think they will.
No, I don't think so.
I think it would take something even bigger than what happened at the Tennessee game. And you could sit and say, Tennessee fans just don't like Lane Kiffin. So?
Yeah, I saw a lot of Tennessee fans specifically because they're the only ones that would defend something like this.
Yeah, it's indefensible.
A lot of them saying, well, I mean, the refs fucked us, man. That spot, that shouldn't have got reversed. It's a bad call. Okay, so you want to put not only Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin, but your own players in harm's way because of what? A blown call in a football game?
And it wasn't a blown call.
It wasn't even a blown call.
Oh, and both the Tennessee band and cheerleaders had to be evacuated.
Yep.
I forgot to mention that part. Embarrassment, disgrace. The SEC did nothing. It's just a slap on the wrist. I personally think Tennessee shouldn't have a home game the rest of this fucking year.
Yeah, you would. $250,000 is fucking nothing for a school like Tennessee. It doesn't do anything.
Moving on. Do you want to take this piece?
I suppose.
I don't want to, but I would.
So, LSU, they have reached an agreement with head coach Ed Orgeron that he will depart the school for at the end of this season. He's going to coach the rest of the year, which is a bit curious. And, there's a part of this that's, they've just been pretty mediocre for LSU standards.
The past 2 years.
Yeah, since the national championship.
There's a lot of things going on with this.
But there's also the wild rumor. Did you hear about that?
He slept with someone's wife?
Not even that. It was, unless there's that one too.
I had heard that, but I don't know the truth of that. Apparently, Go ahead.
This is the rumor that I had heard about. He was at some gas station and some woman said something to him like, "Oh, hey, you look like you work out." I mean, Ed Orgeron's a pretty big dude.
Yeah.
Not an out of line comment, I suppose. And he replied something like, "We could work out together." This person's like, "No, I'm married." He's like, "Does that matter?" I mean, could be innocent, could be nothing, could be something. You never know.
Yeah.
But apparently this person turned out to be the wife of somebody associated with the the top of the top in the LSU chain of command.
Okay, so that may have been what I heard. It may not necessarily have been slept with someone's, but was trying, somewhere along those lines.
Apparently he was allegedly flirting with the wife of a high-ranking LSU official in a gas station.
Whew. I had heard a couple of things. One, and I completely agree with this, Ed Orgeron has lost that team. You could even tell in their win against Florida that...
I would say that. I mean, they played okay against Florida enough to beat them.
But you could just tell, Ed Orgeron doesn't really have this team.
Which is wild because I've liked Ed Orgeron for a while. So
I've been indifferent to him. It's just this, he doesn't seem to have this team, and then there are those, there are some rumors that the athletic director doesn't really like him. That him and the athletic director butt heads.
I mean, he probably just misunderstands what Ed's saying. Sometimes he talks like
And
you
then
can never understand what Ed's saying half the time.
And then there was the rumor I heard that he was either trying to sleep with someone's wife or did.
Something about I get the one I heard was he was flirting with the wife of a high-ranking official at LSU, flirting with his wife in a gas station.
Yikes! That's
I mean, hey, at least it's not about our next topic that we know of. At least it's not emails.
Fuck. And a story. I'm gonna take this one. I have opinions on this.
Yep.
I'm not gonna get too deep into them. In a story that just may not die, at least for the rest of this season, it's gonna hang over the NFL. It's gonna hang over the NFL. It's gonna hang over the NFL like a fucking cloud. Raiders owner.
I guess it has been pretty wide-reaching with the NFL, with Gruden and Schefter. I mean, more so the Raiders and the WFT.
Yeah. Las Vegas Raiders Mark Davis, son of Al Davis, says the NFL
lose, baby.
says that the NFL is out to get the Las Vegas Raiders and to expect incoming lawsuits against the NFL for the Gruden email leaks.
Oh boy. All I really have to say on that part of this email subject is, one, Mark Davis, you're the one who let John Gruden go. If you think that this is just some conspiracy against your team, you could have stuck your foot in the ground and said, "Hey, no, I'm not doing it." You let him go.
Here's all I'm gonna say on that: is Gruden. It's reported that Davis did not want to let Gruden go. Which
who's forcing him to do it?
Yeah. Mark Davis just needs to shut the fuck up.
What do we expect from Mark Davis? I mean, it's a very similar scenario with the other, main target is email thing. Dan Snyder and Bruce Allen and the guys over at the Washington football team.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at, in terms of NFL owners, I know there's, plenty of teams with some scumbag owners, but, Washington and the Raiders with Dan Snyder and Mark Davis, they're at the top in terms of shit.
Yeah. And then,
they have been for a while.
It's bad when the person who is probably considered one of the worst owners in all of professional sports, Stan Kroenke over at the Los Angeles Rams, isn't in the news for this kind of shit.
Yep.
Probably because he's 800 years old and doesn't know how to use technology.
Yeah. Stan Kroenke is somehow not even on their level. I don't even understand how. I didn't think there was a level below Stan Kroenke. Like Davis and Snyder, Snyder was on his own level of terrible. But Davis was right there with Kroenke.
It just gets worse.
He's in the Dan Snyder ultra shit tier now.
Yeah. Alrighty, go ahead and take the next one because we could sit here and talk about this for a while, but I don't want to.
Yeah, I have a feeling those emails are going to be in the news for quite some time, so we'll probably.
It's going to be the rest of this year,
if not more. And we'll get back to something that has something to do with them later in Championship of the Week.
Oh no!
For me, it can only be one. But in a sort of lighter situation, we got a lot of bad news this week. Speaking of things that won't die, the Ben Simmons drama. After he surprisingly showed up to training camp and practiced on Sunday, Monday, and part of the day Tuesday, he was kicked out of practice by head coach Doc Rivers. Ben Simmons showed up to practice in sweatpants. No big deal. I mean, it's out of the ordinary, but hey, had his cell phone in his pocket.
Odd.
And refused to sub in for a drill when Doc Rivers asked. Doc Rivers asked him to leave because he was being a distraction to the team. Joel Embiid came out afterwards and basically said, "That dude means nothing to me. I'm focused on on winning with this team. Something Ben Simmons clearly does not give a shit about, and he was swiftly suspended for the season opener tonight. And I don't know how you even don't just pay him to stay home at this point. Like, what?
That's what they need to do.
You can't.
That's what the 76ers need to do.
Guy. Who wants this? Who wants a basketball player that can't shoot and is just a problem everyone, like in every aspect? Who the hell wants this guy?
Someone will pick him up in free agency if he ever hits the free agency market.
Yeah, I mean, if they do just pay him to sit out of here, he'll sign somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you ain't unless you just say we don't care what we get back from him, and trade him for like a second round pick or God forbid cash considerations, if that's a thing you can do in the NBA. A player to be named later.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just stupidest thing. I don't understand. I don't understand why Ben Simmons thinks he has any leverage to act the way he does anyway. Like, he really doesn't.
Yeah.
Got exposed in the playoffs and is just mad at the organization because he's not as good as everyone thought that he was.
Moving on to some not necessarily bad negative news, but just funny. I found this news funny.
The ensuing comment that he made in the game this weekend with Chicago.
Oh my God, it was great.
I never thought I'd love Aaron Rodgers.
I like Aaron Rodgers.
Between stuff like this and him going on Pat McAfee show every week, fucking love Aaron Rodgers.
I love Aaron Rodgers. He's a great guy. Interesting guy. Fun. Good for the league. He's different, but he's good for the league in that kind of way. Because he's not a Tom Brady where he's just a robot.
Which is what we all thought Aaron Rodgers was until he started going on McAfee.
Yeah. So Aaron Rodgers, when asked in an interview by a Packer, I believe it was a Green Bay Packers radio show. Let me look.
The quote that I saw was in just a press conference. When he was asked about going to Chicago.
Oh, well, the what I saw, it was reported via Packer Wire, so it may have just been in a regular press conference, presser.
Because I did see a video of him,
said,
being asked that question.
No, there is no chance in hell. When asked if he would go to the Chicago Bears if he were to leave Green Bay.
Cue Vince McMahon's entrance music.
Oh my gosh! Not a lot to go on here to say here, but I just love it.
I mean, are we talking about the Green Bay game? I mean, we'll talk about it a little bit. We'll save the other bit for that. If you haven't heard it yet, it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
And the final bit of news, are we done with Aaron Rodgers?
Yes, there's not a lot to say here. I just think this is hilarious. When I saw this break on I saw it break like Friday or Saturday, and I was like, oh, this is perfect leading right up to the Bears. This needs to be in the news.
Yep. So, final bit of news, no F1 this weekend, but we did have NASCAR. In the initial notes, Austin again wrote, insert Jordan talking about NASCAR here, and then he said something along the lines of, good God, this season just won't end. It lasts forever and a day.
It does. I mean, it's been going on since February. I mean, I get it.
Yes. Mid-February. I mean, they race more often than F1 or IndyCar. They have only a couple off weeks the entire season, so it feels like it goes on forever. I mean, it's 36 races.
F1 takes in terms March to December, but F1 has less races.
Well, and they take literally the entire month of August off.
Yeah.
But first race in the round of 8 for the NASCAR playoffs. Still should call it the chase. We're not playoff. We're not playing. Fucking hell. It's a conversation for another day. Another race dominated by Kyle Larson, which, is what it is. 8th win of the year for Kyle. He locks himself into the championship. It's very impressive. He's won more than anybody else this season. I'm going to stop
you for just a second. As someone who does not watch NASCAR, what is the average for most wins by a driver in a season? How many does one particular driver could.
You mean like the top driver in each season?
Yeah. Like, what is average?
It's generally around here.
Okay.
It's generally around here. Like Kevin Harvick, I believe, won 9 races last year. And then didn't make the championship 4. So figure that one out. That's how bad this fucking playoff system is.
Yeah,
but
that's rough.
You have one bad race in the playoffs, it's all fucking done.
Yeah.
Dude, it doesn't matter. No, that's right around average. For what we see these days.
Okay. When I was looking through the notes, I saw that and I was like, "Huh, I wonder what the average is." Because that's like, to me, I mean, for F1 winning 8 races, I mean,
unless you're Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, 8 races. I mean, that's almost half of the season.
Yeah.
You got
here
20.
Here it's like a third.
Yeah, you got like 25, if I remember correctly, 26, something like that.
Yeah. So he wins, locks himself into the championship 4. He was always going to be there, unless something catastrophic happened, like with what happened to Harvick last year. But a lot of other playoff drivers were not as lucky. Joey Logano blew an engine in this race. He's in a big hole, 20-some point hole with 2 races to go before the championship 4. And Martin Truex Jr. hit the wall late. He was done. He's 20-some points below the cut line. They're both going to need to win races to get into the championship 4, and they're both capable of doing it if you can beat that damn 5 car and Kyle Larson, which is becoming increasingly hard.
22 races in an F1 season, by the way.
That's why I thought. I was thinking like 21, 22.
So yeah, 8 races, 8 in a F1 season is like almost championship unless you're Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah. So other playoff drivers with issues. Chase Elliott had to start at the rear due to failing inspection 2 times, passed on the 3rd time, but that don't matter. He's starting in the back. And then he rebounded nicely. 7th place finish for Chase. He's still below the cut line, but only by a couple points. And again, it's really these next few races. It's all about winning. I mean, it's very, very rare to see at this point in the year guys that aren't playoff drivers winning and advancing. It's almost unheard of. I mean, Bubba Wallace, when he won at Talladega, was one of the first non-playoff drivers to win a playoff race in quite some time. I don't remember the exact year, but it's been a few years. Chase Elliott, with the inspection issues. Denny Hamlin, he was involved in a wreck late, and I have no idea how he finished this race. Front end of his car was all messed up, but he limped it around, and there were so many drivers multiple laps down that he still finished 11th.
Ooh.
Which saved him, right? Like right now, he's above the cut line. I don't even know how. Just insane. But for Texas, I mean, this is a pretty solid race. A lot of entertaining stuff. It was a big wreck. One of the biggest wrecks you'll see at a non-Daytona, non-Talladega type track. Took out like 15 cars. Well, I don't know if it took out 15, but 15 cars involved, something like that. A lot of cars in that wreck.
All I'm going to say about Texas, I mean, are you almost done? Are you wrapping your thought up? Okay.
Relatively.
All I'm going to say is whenever IndyCar goes to Texas, I want to gouge my eyes out.
Well, you can thank NASCAR for that because of the PJ1 compound they put down.
It's so IndyCar races at, I mean, the IndyCar race at Texas this year, by lap 3 there was 12 cars left in the field. By lap 3.
Well, that and like the PJ1 tire compound that they put down in the corners for IndyCar especially makes it a one groove track. The IndyCars do not grip with that stuff.
Yeah.
And it ruins every track they put it on. And NASCAR fans aren't a big fan of it either. I don't know why they continue to do it, but
so that's all I wanted to say about. I didn't know where they were racing until I was looking through the notes and saw Texas. I was like, this had to have been the worst race ever.
It was all right. I mean, Texas, like I said, it does usually produce snooze fests. And in a way it did. I mean, Kyle Larson led like 200 some laps, something like that. But I mean, he's just so far ahead of everyone else right now, it seems, that it doesn't even come as a surprise, and I don't even think it's the fault of Texas. I think the racing everywhere else was fairly solid, and there were a lot of twists and turns in this race, especially with the playoff drivers. So, I mean, for a Texas race, I'll take it. The Texas races are usually terrible.
Anything else to say as I choke on my own beer and saliva? Holy shit.
No.
Okay.
No, that'll do it for the news.
Let me grab some air. Holy shit. Okay, well, on the bright side, I don't have any beer left. Or bad side.
I'd say it's not a bright side.
I'll have to go get more beer. Let us move on to the college football week 7 recap. My favorite part of the show. Things happened this week. Yeah. Let's start. Number 1, Georgia played number 11, Kentucky. Also, some things that happened. A shit ton of bye weeks.
Yeah, and it's the same thing this next week as well. It feels like a lot of teams have their bye weeks between week 7 and week 8.
Yeah,
which is
at least a lot of top 25 teams.
Yeah, and fittingly, that's about a perfect time. You're getting towards the later part of the season,
halfway through the season.
Yeah, that's about right where you'd want them.
Anyhow, number 1, Georgia played number 11, Kentucky. Georgia, that defense is elite. That defense might be the best in the history of college football. Georgia won 32-13. Not much to say there. Kentucky's a basketball school.
Yeah, not much to say about here. This was never really a game, never really in doubt. Georgia fitting number 1 in the country. But you know who wasn't fitting of their ranking? The next game.
Number 2, Iowa was not fitting of their ranking. Number 2, Iowa played Purdue. Purdue did not Purdue. Purdue won 24-7. Whoa. I shouldn't really be surprised as an Ohio State fan. I am used to seeing Purdue not Purdue on occasion.
Yeah, last time they had a win like this was over Ohio State.
2018.
Undefeated. Yep, Rector guy's undefeated season a couple years back. I said this to you after this game, and I said Iowa got Iowa because this is a game when Iowa isn't very good that Iowa will beat somebody that is good.
Yes.
And it happens, and Iowa was not a number 2 team in the country. They just weren't. They never were. But yeah, yikes. I mean, they're the best in the Big Ten West. I get it. They're still gonna make the championship game. I mean, nobody. You know who's in second right now behind Iowa? Minnesota.
Yeah, that was Purdue's first Big Ten win.
I mean, it kind of comes as a bit of a surprise. Purdue, I thought was better than what they've done thus far. I thought they played Notre Dame pretty well, and I know Notre Dame isn't quite that good, but they played them tough, and Iowa with just shit in the bed. And I mean,
Iowa had one good offensive play the entire game, and it was a run that busted for 30 yards.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for Sean Clifford going down in the Penn State game, I don't think Iowa wins that game, and I don't think they're ranked number 2. Penn State probably is. But, I mean, because when Clifford was in that game, Penn State had all the control, and even then, with a Penn State backup quarterback that did nothing outside of one drive to start the second half, like, and they still barely came back to win that game. They were just not good.
Saying that, I do want to say one thing on Penn State then.
Yeah.
Saying that Penn State had control of that game, and Penn State also looked pretty awful that game.
They didn't look phenomenal, no. But,
Neither team.
I think that just goes to show you how, I won't say bad, but how overrated Iowa was. That they did. I mean, Penn State had him early on, had him in the first half. I know it's a meme and whatnot, but
yeah. And Sean Clifford still looked terrible in that first half before he got hurt.
He wasn't good, but he was better than Spencer Petras.
Yeah.
And the whole Iowa offense.
Iowa's offense is so Iowa's offense reminds me of Michigan. It's so one-dimensional that Iowa we're going to run the ball. We're going to run the ball.
Yeah, in a way, it's similar strategy, similar philosophy, but Iowa has zero. Like Iowa, in a way, kind of reminds me like Wisconsin, not in the way that they.
That is a better way to call it.
That they run their offense, but they need to control the ball and they need to get a lead and hold it, because the way that offense works is at snail's pace. It's the same thing with Wisconsin. Same thing with Iowa. Michigan, who the hell knows? I don't know.
Michigan only runs the ball because Cade McNamara can't hit throws. We'll talk about that at a later time.
Yeah, we'll get there. Actually, not. I mean,
not today.
Sort of. not today. Next week.
Next week, a lot.
Yeah. No, I did not expect Iowa to lose this game. And I definitely didn't expect them to lose the way that they did, but I can't say I'm surprised.
They got bullied
by Purdue, man. They didn't Purdue, as you said.
Watch Purdue go out and Purdue this week.
Probably will.
I don't know who they're playing, but moving on. Anything else to say?
No, I think Purdue's in the picks, but we'll see later.
Number 3, Cincinnati. The Bearcats played UCF. Cincinnati won 56-21. Not much to say. Moving on.
Not really. Didn't watch it. Didn't pay any attention to it.
Yeah.
I ain't watching American Conference games. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Number 4, Oklahoma played TCU on Saturday night. This game was good up until the fourth quarter. TCU was going blow for blow with Oklahoma. However, Oklahoma ended up winning 52-31. Oklahoma did pull away in the fourth quarter. That's it.
Well, and it looks like they made the right decision with putting Caleb Williams in the game over Spencer Rattler. Like that's final score looks like the Oklahoma that we're used to seeing, not the one that scored like 25 against Nebraska. So,
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe is Oklahoma back to being what Oklahoma is, which is a team that's going to perpetually finish 6th in the nation?
Right. Hard to say. They have to play Oklahoma State still, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Number 5, Alabama played Mississippi State in an outcome that was scrawled on ancient Mesopotamian tablets. Alabama won 49-9. Ouch! If you're Mississippi State, Mike Leach's team, oops.
Yeah, I like Mike Leach and everything, but just outmatched. Mississippi State never had a chance, and especially coming off a loss for Alabama, I don't know. I'm sure there's somebody in this world that put money on Mississippi State to cover.
They're stupid.
Yeah, nah. Alabama off a loss, you kidding me? When they don't have anything majorly wrong with them.
Yeah.
Never in doubt.
Last week on the picks, I said Alabama might score a hundo. Alabama probably would have scored a hundo if they kept playing football. That's all I got. I do have one last thing to say. Mississippi State's quarterback threw an interception that was returned for a touchdown. Threw it to Jordan Battle. Mississippi State's quarterback tried to tackle Jordan Battle. Jordan Battle ran over him. It was not a pretty scene for a quarterback. As someone who does not really like quarterbacks, I thought it was hilarious. Mississippi State's quarterback did get, his pride was hurt, but he at least got up and it was okay. So I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah. Just
ugly if you were a Mississippi State fan.
Alabama probably could have scored 100 had they not let their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. Alabama can do what they want to a lot of teams.
Moving on, Ohio State, number 6, Ohio State, number 7, Penn State, number 8, Michigan, all bye.
Insert Backstreet Boys meme. Is that who sings that song? I don't know. The Backstreet Boys are fucking in sync.
I can't remember.
Fuck if I know.
Number 9, Oregon played Cal. This was a game that I didn't watch, but it didn't look good. Oregon won 24-17. Not much to say there.
Whoop-de-doo, it's Pac-12.
Yeah, this game was probably Pac-12 after dark.
Yeah, right. It probably was. Either that or some stupid like noon start time, which would make no sense because that's like 9 a.m. over there.
Yeah. Number 10, Michigan State played the Indiana Hoosiers. Michigan State won 25-20 in a game that was a game.
Yeah.
Take us away.
Haven't watched a lot of Indiana this year.
They're allergic to scoring touchdowns. I know that much.
Yeah, well, they scored one. I don't think they scored another, but they did score their first touchdown of the season against a Big Ten opponent in this game. Indiana looked a bit tough, and I don't know if it was just Michigan State having one of their second halves where they just kind of forget how to play football, or what it was.
It was the whole game though for Michigan State.
Yeah, really, and that's the truth. It's like, in the first half they started off awful, got a little bit of something going there towards halftime, and then second half it was not a good game offensively for Michigan State whatsoever. But once again, they get those big plays, and I don't know how they keep getting them. I don't understand.
Interception return for a touchdown, just stuff.
I do they get the big plays on every single facet of the football game. Offense, defense, special teams, they're getting them all. I mean, Jaden Reed's returning punts for touchdowns, against Nebraska, fucking pick sixes now. It's like, if a team comes along, hopefully Michigan, that just limits Michigan State to not getting those big chunk plays and those, special teams like anomalies, then good God, Michigan State. I think for me, don't get me wrong, the offense should be better than it is. I mean, Kenneth Walker should be a dude, and he has been a dude up until this game, and even still he had 80 some yards, but he really was shut down, I think, for the first time all game or all season. Peyton Thorne threw a couple questionable picks in this game. Came over to the sideline, was bitching about something. It's I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to make of Michigan State. I really don't.
I am excited to see Ohio State play Michigan State, because I want to see Michigan State's offense try and keep up with Ohio State's offense.
I don't think they can. I don't think.
Granted, I'm excited to see a lot of teams try and keep up with Ohio State's offense, because I think it's kind of becoming a foregone conclusion that I don't honestly know if there's too many teams in the Big Ten that their defense can stop Ohio State.
No,
I don't think
until we see these games. I think Michigan's defense it's honestly their strength at this point. So we'll see when that game comes along. But I mean, I don't know even then if we can score enough to keep up with you guys. Who knows? I mean, Ohio State just scores at will.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like every single week I see a final score of 56-10.
That's actually kind of what it's been the past 3 weeks.
It's what it seems like.
It's Ohio State scored 50 plus again. What else is new?
Yeah,
they'll probably do it to Indiana this week.
I don't know. I will give Indiana a lot of credit. They've been in some games and they just haven't been able to get it done. And
so all I'm going
and a big thing I think for them on offense is Ty Fryfogel's got to stop dropping passes. Leads the Big Ten in drops.
Yeah,
he's killing them.
I mean, they need a real quarterback too, which.
Yeah, which getting one to Indiana is going to be a bit of a rough time. But I mean, Tom Allen's a good coach. I don't think you're a particularly big fan of Indiana, but
I have things. Indiana's defense is strange. Indiana's defense, they are extremely aggressive. They should be easy to pick apart if you have an offensive coordinator who has a brain or head coach who has a brain, which Michigan State seemed to lack this week.
Mel Tucker called his worst game so far in Michigan State.
Indiana keeps, and this is
might be his worst game ever, because who knows if he's going to leave for LSU or not.
Indiana kept 8 guys in the box the entire time, and Michigan State just kept run, screen pass, run, screen pass, run, screen pass. Oh, drag route. We're gonna just try throw the ball over the linebackers' heads. You have 8 guys in the box. Indiana was constantly bringing 6 or 7 or 8 guys.
Yeah, but Tuck coming for all those MSU fans. I don't know what he's coming for, but his game management is. I mean, I've seen Michigan State fans shit on Harbaugh for years about his, and I'm not saying it's not justified, but
I would say I have things to say about Harbaugh's game management. I'm gonna leave those alone.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not justified, but I mean, you got a guy in Mel Tucker that ain't no better if he's not worse. And at this point, nobody's gonna take me seriously because I'm biased, but I think it's worse.
LSU. All I gotta say to LSU fans,
that call he made, not this last week, but the week before, I believe, right before halftime, that literally cost his team points. It's just like I don't know what the fuck you're doing.
All I gotta say to LSU fans is Tuck may be coming. I don't know what for, but maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be Tuck's going to be coming somewhere every year because Lord knows he ain't loyal.
I don't know what that hashtag means, but or who came up with that hashtag. But
Michigan has to beat Michigan State, so I can just rip apart that hashtag. I want it so bad.
Tuck going.
Yeah, I don't know what he's got a ton of hashtags. I'll give Mel Tucker that. Yeah. That's not his, but whatever Tuck coming means, and relentless, which is the same thing he used at Colorado before he broke their hearts.
Moving on, number 12 Oklahoma State played number 25 Texas. Texas is not back. Texas.
I really tried to get and send to you the soundbite from Texas all them years ago. Not all them years ago, sort of recently, of that quarterback after winning a bowl game. We're back.
Texas ain't back. Texas is not back. Texas may never be back. Texas is gone, sent to the void right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think Sarkisian's building something that could be decent there. I mean, after all, it is Texas. It is the Big 12 for now. Future SEC. But I mean, it's tough for Texas.
2 weeks in a row, Texas gave up double-digit leads. I haven't even said the score of this game yet. Number 12 Oklahoma State beat number 25 Texas 32-24.
Yeah, I mean,
Texas ain't back.
Oklahoma State was a higher-ranked team. I mean, Texas may. I don't know what the record is for times a team can drop out and re-enter the top 25, but this is like the second time Texas has dropped from the top 25 now.
Yeah.
So who knows? They might win a big game later in the year and be back in like 24, 25, and then lose a dumb one and drop back out again.
Oklahoma State is pretty good. Texas can't finish games. I don't really have much else to say about it. I only watched parts of this game.
Yeah, at this point for Oklahoma State, just wait until they play Oklahoma. Obviously, that's always a big one.
I think Oklahoma State's going to win out up until they play.
I would assume it's going to be a Michigan State situation where, it's going to be... Is Oklahoma State undefeated? No, I think they have one loss.
They are undefeated.
Are they undefeated?
Yep, both teams are undefeated.
So it's going to be a similar situation. They hopefully, as long as no dumb happens this weekend with Northwestern for Michigan, it's going to be, in-state rivals undefeated, with a lot on the line. So that should be a fun one.
Moving on, number 13, Ole Miss played Tennessee. Ole Miss won 31-26. I've said my piece about this game. I don't
understand how you delay a game 30 minutes, throwing shit on a field, doing what the Tennessee fans did, and then on a 4th and whatever it was.
25.
I don't even. Was it that one where Joe Milton ran out of bounds on 4th down?
Oh no, I forgot about that.
That was after the delay. They did all that shit, all the stuff in the field, and your quarterback runs out of bounds on a 4th down.
Jordan, your Discord is breaking.
Oh no, problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's fine now. The red dot that said I had problems is gone.
Oh, perfect.
No, I don't understand how you do all that shit and then your quarterback runs out of bounds on a 4th down when you could literally just fire it to the end zone. If it gets picked, it gets picked. It's better to throw it to the end zone and have a chance than literally to run out of bounds. So, Joe Milton, glad you're not a Michigan Wolverine anymore.
I don't have anything to say about this game. Otherwise, we'll be here for an hour of me ranting about how awful the Tennessee Volunteers are and how they just need to be erased from football. Number 14 Notre Dame had a bye. Number 15 Coastal Carolina had a bye. Number 16 Wake Forest had a bye, but it's the ass conference, so who the fuck cares about them?
Wake Forest at 16, Jesus.
Moving on. Number 17 Arkansas played Auburn. Oops. I was wrong. I had Arkansas winning this game. Arkansas wasn't even close. Auburn won 48-23. Arkansas is not. I mean, they were never here to begin with, so they aren't back. It's just not possible. But Arkansas is gone.
Their rise and fall
happened all in the span of 3 weeks.
Grace. It literally happened so fast. Poor Arkansas.
Yeah. Number 18, Arizona State played the Utah Utes. Utah won 35-21. Herm Edwards' team.
Arizona State makes no fucking sense.
I don't know about this team.
They clearly don't know either.
Moving on, number 19 BYU played Baylor. Baylor 6-1 or 5-1, something in one. Beat BYU. BYU's tripped and fell off a cliff. They are still rolling down that hill. When that stop, where they'll stop, nobody knows.
Another team that makes no sense. Fucking BYU, they win some incredible games and then do shit like this. I don't understand.
I mean, Baylor's a solid team. Baylor is early score was Baylor 38, BYU 24. Moving on to a game I don't want to talk about, but I have to.
I highlighted it simply because I figured you would want to. You didn't want to, but felt obligated to.
I feel obligated to. The Florida Gators played. The number 20 Florida Gators lost to LSU 49-42 in a game that was a shit show. The LSU Tigers at the end of the first half had the worst Hail Mary defense you will ever see ever.
I don't know what that was.
But this is what happens. The Florida Gators don't have a real starting quarterback. They have three guys. They don't know who. Their offensive coordinator, Bum McIdiot, not great. Dan Mullen, not great.
Idiot.
It's just nothing with this team is going right. They've kind of just fallen off the wagon. That loss to Alabama, they've just kind of fallen off the wagon.
Which, I mean, I don't even know how, man. They played them tougher than anybody else had up until
A&M.
Up until Texas A&M.
It's just a loss like that is so demoralizing, and then you just kind of they fell off the wagon.
Sure did.
Not much else to say about that. Number 21 Texas A&M, fresh off of their win against Alabama. Possible hangover? Negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. Texas A&M won 35-14. They beat Missouri. That's
fitting.
yeah. In An ass conference game in the ACC. A game in the ACC also now will be referred to as the ASS or the ASS conference. Well, no one. Who the fuck cares about this game? If you're listening to this, you probably don't. Or if you do,
I mean,
well,
I would be willing to bet that we don't have many NC State or Boston College fans listening to us. So,
if we have anybody who's a fan of an ACC team, your conference sucks. Your team probably sucks.
I don't think we have too many ACC.
Or at least in terms of football, fans. The ACC is awful. NC State played Boston College. 33-7 was the final score. NC State. Who the fuck cares? Number 23 SMU had a bye, and in a game that I was wrong about, and I think Jordan may have been wrong about, that took double overtime. Number 24 San Diego State beat San Jose State 19-13.
Don't remember what my prediction for this game was. I'll be honest, because, well, let's be honest, who cares? But
I know it was in the picks.
It was in the picks.
I thought we both took San Diego State.
We probably did. But I think the spread was bigger than 6.
Yes. Moving on now, the top 25.
Double overtime game, 19-13. What the fuck?
What the fuck is this? Yeah.
Like, did the offenses just not get on the bus, or what the fuck?
Fuck, right. Forgot to hop on the bus. Top 25 for this week. Number 1, Georgia. Number 2, Cincinnati. Number 3, Oklahoma. Number 4, Alabama. Number 5, Ohio State. Number 6, Michigan. Number 7, Penn State. Number 8, Oklahoma State. Number 9, Michigan State. Number 10, rounding out the top 10, Oregon. Iowa is at 11. Ole Miss is at 12. Notre Dame is at 13. Coastal Carolina in danger right now. They are at 14. Live check of the Coastal Carolina game.
Last check was 27-27.
27-27, that is correct. The Kentucky Wildcats, after their loss, dropped to 15. Wake Forest stays at 16. NC State Texas A&M goes up to 17. NC State goes up to 18. Auburn back in the top 25 for the second or third time this year also. Jumps up to 19 from being non-ranked. Baylor back in the top 25 at 20. SMU at 21. San Diego State at 22. Pitt is in the top 25 for the first time this year. They are 23. UTSA, University of Texas, San Antonio.
I could not believe that when I saw
the
that. UTSA.
Roadrunners, the 7-0 UTSA Roadrunners, after being unranked, are at 24, and Purdue 4-2, with, I believe, their second Big Ten win of the year, actually, because they beat the Illinois Fighting Illini 9-13. They jump to 25, and that is your college football recap for week 7. It is time.
Good for UTSA, man.
I love it.
I don't expect them to be there too long.
I had them in my personal top 25 for last week. I haven't done this week's yet, but I digress. Moving on to the top 20 or the NFL Week 6 recap, starting with I gotta reopen the notes. I can't remember the Thursday game.
Tampa and Philly.
Tampa and Philly. This game happened while we were live last week. The Tampa
did, and Philly hit me with a backdoor cover.
Yes, they did. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers won 28-22. You have anything to say about it? I don't.
Not particularly. Philly fought a little bit harder than I would have expected, but, you know.
They didn't roll over and die.
That's the NFL for you.
Yep. The game happening over in London, in jolly old England. First off, city of London, country of the United Kingdom, the nation of the United Kingdom. My condolences that you had to watch another bad game between two bad teams back-to-back weeks.
I don't understand why we send the worst games to London every fucking year.
Yeah.
Like,
we talked about it last week, but yeah.
No way did the NFL think that Jags Dolphins was going to be a good game when the schedule came out fucking however many months ago? No fucking way.
Right.
Who wanted that? And what was the other one? Falcons and who the Falcons played? Jets?
Yeah.
Who wants that?
Nobody.
We want to grow the sport internationally, but we're going to give you the worst possible games. It's like fucking Lions. I'm surprised the Lions don't end up in London more.
Right. The Bengals have only been there once. I'm shocked.
Lions too.
The Jacksonville Jaguars get their first win. A kicker they signed off of the street kicks the game-winning field goal in the dying seconds. Trevor Lawrence and Urban Meyer get their first win. Jacksonville wins 23-20.
Also, quick note on the kicker. Like, what? Urban Meyer fucking just booted Josh Lambo out for no goddamn reason? What the hell is that about?
I can't remember why. Let me look that up. I thought there was an actual reason why he was.
Like Lambo's been a solid NFL kicker. No reason for that. Fucking that ain't for the brand.
He got booted after Josh Wright or whatever his name was. Whatever his name is, made 3 field goals. Josh Lambo didn't have a great start to this season, but yeah, I don't know what happened. Why? I thought there was an actual reason. But
gotta stick with your guy if you're Jackson.
Not much else to say about that game.
No.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Thanks, Jags. Thanks, Jags, for winning a game and putting the Lions in 32nd out of 32 NFL teams. Thanks, guys.
You love it. You're excited. You just can't tell in your voice.
I am very excited. It's exactly where I want to be.
Oh, God. The Cincinnati...
Thibodeau coming.
Matt Corral coming.
Oh, God. I don't want to take Matt Corral, the number 1 overall pick.
I wouldn't necessarily want to take Kayvon Thibodeau, but...
I'd take Thibodeau over Matt Corral. If Corral's hanging around when we get to the Rams pick, or if we... I probably can't trade back and still be in the first round. If he's hanging around with that late first round pick or second round, which I doubt that he will be, then yeah, fucking pick him up. But no, not number 1.
He's gonna be the first quarterback to go off the board, most likely.
Unless people are still high on Sam Howell for whatever reason.
Cincinnati Bengals played the Detroit Lions in a game that we saw the refs a lot.
Yeah, that was brutal in the first half of that game.
The Bengals score. We saw the Bengals score a lot too.
They did. We saw Jamar Chase with a vicious block. Fucking, I don't remember who that was for Detroit, but threw him on his ass.
He can block better than he can catch a football.
No, can't do it. I have seen Bengals fans and and NFL fans in general saying, "Oh man, it looks like the Bengals made the right pick." Not drafting Penei Sewell over Jamar Chase.
It was not the right pick. It will never be the right pick.
Only because Sewell's, I won't say he struggled, but youngest player in the goddamn league. It's gonna take him some time. I didn't expect him to be a fucking Pro Bowler year 1. He'll be fine.
Receivers like Jamar Chase are a dime a dozen. The only difference between him and literally any receiver out of this upcoming draft class is Jamar Chase went to school with Joe Burrow. The Bengals won 34-11.
That helps. That helps.
Like, I don't have much to say about this game. I expected the Bengals to do this.
Yeah. Are you still on the you don't want to win games thing? I mean, you guys are sitting at 4-2 right now.
Here's the thing. They're not going to win the division.
But let's say You got the Ravens this week. What happens if y'all go in there and win? Will you believe in the Bengals at that point?
Believe? No. Will I want them to switch from just trying to tank to win some games? Yeah.
I mean, look at who you guys have lost to. Green Bay, who's like the number 2 team in the league right now. And who was the other one?
Chicago.
Oh, never mind.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing before you get to the Lions. I actually have one thing to say about the Lions.
I have my opinions on the Lions.
I have one thing to say about the Lions real quick. They seem to be regressing every week. Like,
man, I don't even know if I can say that because, week 1 was terrible. We had no business being in that game with the 49ers, and 49ers got way too soft, and we made a couple plays. True. And then week 2 was Baltimore, I do believe.
Green Bay.
Green Bay. Good first half of football, and fucking wheels fell off in the second half. And then the game against Baltimore. That one was a good one. It was a rough first half. We were down, but I feel like we're capable right now of playing like a good half of football. And unfortunately, as I'll get to my point later, we didn't play a single good series of good football all game.
Now let me get to the Bengals real quick. This Bengals team, they have 4 wins, which they've matched in 6 games. They matched their win total last year. But you look at who they've beaten. They have beaten the Minnesota Vikings.
Strength of schedule is not good for the Bengals. No, I think they were like 29th last time I saw. I'm gonna look that up.
Yes, I believe so. Let me look. They beat the Vikings 24-27 in overtime. The Vikings are 3-3.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky Vikings team that
they
average, but
lost to the Bears, who just are the Bears. They beat the Steelers, who I believe are now 3-3.
26th is the strength of schedule for the Bengals.
They beat the Jags, who are 1-6. 1-5. I'm sorry, 1-6.
1-5.
They lost to the Packers, who they're the best team, the second best team in the NFL, probably, or at least definitely the second best team in the NFC. And then they beat the Lions. Like, the Bengals aren't beating good teams.
No.
But they're beating a team that has a lot of questions in Pittsburgh. They beat a Vikings team that isn't good. They beat a Jags team that is awful. They beat a Lions team that is awful. This Cincinnati Bengals team looks like the Cincinnati Bengals team of last year, where they beat other than the Bengals last year won 2 games against good teams. And in their 4 games, they beat the Steelers, who were a playoff team. They beat the Titans, who were a playoff team. The game against the Titans was Joe Burrow's best game last year. The game against the Steelers was a complete question because we had a 4th-string quarterback in. We had the COVID emergency quarterback.
The COVID emergency guy.
Who showed up and balled out. This Bengals, but their other 2 wins, they beat Jacksonville and they beat Houston. They beat 2 teams that were objectively worse than them. And their 4 wins are against teams that are... The Steelers have question marks, so I don't know if they're worse than the Bengals, but they're not significantly better. And I don't think the Vikings are that much better than the Bengals. They haven't beaten anybody better than them, who are like above and beyond better than them. They've beaten... Pittsburgh could turn out to be a fringe playoff team, maybe. It's hard to say. Minnesota's not going to be a playoff team, I don't think. And then
not in the NFC.
And then there's Jacksonville and Detroit.
I mean, it does take a lot to beat an NFL team by 33, though.
It does. I will say. They played.
Or sorry, 23. The score right?
34-11.
Yep.
At times, there were some times where the Cincinnati Bengals looked terrible and just confused, which is Cincinnati Bengal football. There were times where they didn't look good, and then there was times where they looked like they knew what they were doing. I just don't know if they can put it all together. They haven't really, against good teams, have not shown me that they can put it all together yet.
All right.
Now
So,
go ahead.
What was your point about the Lions, though? I thought you said you had.
They just seem to be regressing in some way. It seems like they get worse every week.
I mean, no question about it. Worst game of the year.
Yes.
That was one of the most brutal offensive performances I've seen out of a Lions team in a long time, and that's saying something. And the thing is that it's not going to get better this year. It's just not. And if you expect it to get better this year, that's on you, because you're setting yourself up for disappointment. This team has no talent. Jared Goff has been
definitely getting worse.
Yeah.
I don't think there's any way you can argue with me on that.
No, I cannot. He especially has been. I mean, I don't know if you saw this, but at halftime, Lions fans were clamoring for David Blau.
I saw you. So,
play.
First off, all I'm going to say is the only reason and I can't speak for you, I stayed sober for this entire game. Only because I was at work. Like, I didn't have a choice.
No, I did. I indeed did.
I wish I wouldn't have, because that first half was so terrible to watch.
Fucking refs on the on my screen more than
the football players. And you would even sent me a message about, like, we were texting throughout the game, as we do just basically every day. We talk a lot, whether it be about sports or the podcast or video games, something. And we were texting. I was sitting in my in our dining area at work where our TVs are, watching. And Jordan sends me a text. We've seen the refs more in this first quarter than we've even seen the players. Which was true.
It felt like everything, there was either a flag or something needed to be reviewed. And it's this thing where, and Mike Pereira said it on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, where they have, a replay guy in their headset, and it feels like the refs just don't want to officiate anymore.
Correct.
They don't want to make the calls. They want replay to do it for them.
I agree.
And they're scared to officiate, and it's slowing these games down so much.
It's been...
And I mean, fucking Lions drew Clete Blakeman to be the head ref this next week. So this ought to be fun. It feels like every Lions game we get stuck with just shitty crews. And
who was the crew this week? I forgot. I forget.
I don't remember.
Which is like... And it's not just been the NFL where it seemed terrible. It's been college, too, this year. It just seems...
At Big Ten specifically, yeah.
That Michigan... I still take some of the blame. I still am going to shoulder some of the blame for the Michigan-Nebraska game a couple weeks ago. Tweeting...
Oh, that fucking...
Tweeting, I'm not watching this game to see the refs. Or, hey, refs, I'm not watching this game to see you. The next 3 drives, we only see the refs.
Like, I'm sick of seeing the refs on my screen.
When you want Michigan to punt?
When I say I don't care if we score on this drive, just let it be over.
It was so bad.
But yeah, I mean, Lions stink. Lions should stink. They do stink. I mean...
Some Lions fans are upset about it.
Some of them are, and I don't get why. I mean,
some want Liberty's quarterback.
That I will never understand. Fucking, D2 quarterbacks have a great track record in the NFL.
One of them, phenomenal track record. One of them broke or sprained both of their ankles in one play.
Yeah, and then there's Trey Lance, who Lord knows what he is.
He's dead right now.
Yeah, I don't know how you thought that this team was going to be any good. It's a casual fans, man. It's the ones that just want to, old man screams at cloud thing.
Yeah. That's about right.
So I don't know. They ain't got a chance in hell of getting win number 1 against the Rams.
Negative.
Hell no.
Anything else to say?
Big spread though in that game. Yeah,
As it should be.
Right. nothing else to say. Lions, they are hot ass.
Yeah, I second that. Moving on. Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers still owns the Chicago Bears.
He does.
And the Packers won 24-14. This game was a little bit closer than I kind of was expecting. I figured I want to pull some stats up from this game.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of Chicago.
Because Justin Fields, didn't play great. He went 16 for 27, 174, an interception and a tutty and a TD there. I mean, not bad, not good. Just
no.
I mean, he was average. Justin Fields was average, which for Justin Fields, him being average is probably the end of the world for him.
Well, I mean, but it's also at the same time the best case scenario, I think, right now.
Yeah.
The Bears team that they have and the guy he's got coaching him.
Like, he didn't play terrible. He played all right. It's just that Bears team overall is so bad that he has to play elite across the entire board for them to do anything. And that Packers team is just so good, and the Bears are just...
Love Aaron Rodgers screaming at the Green Bay crowd.
Or the Chicago crowd.
I own you. Yes, the Chicago crowd, excuse me. I own you. I still own you.
I've owned you my entire career. I loved it.
He has.
Oh, I know. That's the great thing, too.
I mean, he's owned the entire NFC North, though, to be fair.
True that.
Like, I can't recall a time, and I'm sure it happened once or twice, maybe when we had, like, Stafford and, like, Calvin Johnson, that the Lions beat Green Bay when Aaron Rodgers was healthy.
Right. Moving on, the Indianapolis Colts played what is one of the worst teams in the NFL. The Houston Texans, not much to see here, not much to say here. The Colts won 31-3.
They did. Carson Wentz looked good. Maybe Indy's starting to find a little bit of something that they can claw back in and see what they can do. I didn't think Indy was as bad as their record. So
for their sake, I hope they can find something.
And they got T.Y. Hilton back now.
Otherwise, Tennessee's gonna run away with this division, literally.
Oh yeah.
In another game where there's not much to say here, the Los Angeles Rams beat the New York Football Giants 38-11.
I'm so surprised, Giants. I mean, there are worse teams, but I think the Giants are the most dysfunctional.
No, they're up there. One of these next teams we're about to talk about is a bit more dysfunctional, in my opinion. In another game, not much to see here. The Kansas City Chiefs beat a Washington football team 31-13. Patrick Mahomes had one really just dumb interception.
Woo-hoo!
But
that was a doozy.
Other than that, the Chiefs, up until the first half of this game was close. And then the Chiefs kind of...
It was. Washington was leading at one point.
At halftime, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. And then KC just
yeah.
They did what Green Bay did against Detroit. Like, they're the better team. Had to get some shit figured out. Had to get some shit straightened out. They did it. That's what good teams do.
Yeah, Washington has a lot of dysfunction right now. Moving on. The Minnesota Vikings and Captain Kirk Cousins played large, chunky man Sam Darnold.
Yeah, they sure did. I wanted to believe in Sam Darnold that it was all Adam Gase's fault, and the New York Jets. It don't appear that that's the case.
I never wanted to believe in Sam Darnold just because Colin Cowherd loves him so much. The Minnesota Vikings beat Carolina. It took overtime. 34-28. Carolina really needs Christian McCaffrey back. That's all I got on that one.
Yeah.
Moving on to the absolute beatdown of the week. I honestly don't know if it's even arguable in my opinion, best team in the AFC, Baltimore Ravens, took on the Los Angeles Chargers and Justin Herbert. Lamar Jackson and the Ravens as a whole kind of had a field day.
What the fuck happened? What happened here?
Justin Herbert didn't have a good day. The Chargers didn't have a good day.
No.
Couple stats from the game when it wants to load up. When it wants to load up. When it wants to load up, I said, thank you.
I think it's hilarious, though, that Stephen A. Smith goes on First Take on Monday and says, I need to see more out of Lamar Jackson. What more do you want?
I mean, Lamar Jackson, he had one touchdown, 2 interceptions, threw for only 167. Justin Herbert threw for more yards and only had 1 interception compared to his 2, but he also threw the ball 40 times. Justin Herbert was also the Chargers' leading rusher at 12 yards.
Did Austin Eckler die?
He had 7. Austin Eckler had 7 yards, and some Jay Kelly had 7 yards.
Fuck.
Yep.
Literally, what the fuck? That makes no sense.
The Ravens' defense is really good. The Ravens are really good. Lamar Jackson didn't play like elite,
but you don't have to.
They tugged or they yanked or sat. I shouldn't say yanked because that would imply that he got pulled for playing bad. They pulled they sat Lamar Jackson, and the backup quarterback was the one who went out and took a knee.
Was that McSorley?
I believe no. Tyler Huntley was the one who went out and took the knee.
Right.
Trace McSorley couldn't even get out there. Oh no. Not much else to say there. The Ravens are good all around. The Chargers they're not there yet. They're close, but not there yet.
They're not on that level of Baltimore, but yeah, they're pretty good. They'll probably be a playoff team.
Oh, yeah. Moving on to another AFC North team. We've almost talked about all of them. And an NFC West foe. The Arizona Cardinals took on Baker Mayfield and the Cleveland Browns. Well, Cleveland was not believing this week.
Yeah, Baker was dinged up heading into this.
Baker got dinged up, dislocated his non-throwing shoulder again. Something
the already messed up shoulder.
The Browns are in need of a bye week bad. Arizona won 37-14. It's just Arizona's offense is good. Their defense at times can be questionable. This week they didn't look questionable, but
no. But I think Cleveland's just banged up. And I mean, Baker is already limited as is. Like, then you add in the injury. I mean, it's fitting that they're having him sit out for tomorrow's game. I mean,
yeah,
probably the right call.
The Browns are, good call. They have him sitting tomorrow, but they're in need of a bye week or just an extended break as a whole. In a bad way.
Oh yeah.
Probably like in terms of just in the NFL team, out of all the NFL teams, they probably, other than maybe Seattle, are in need of a bye week in a really bad way.
Yeah, Seattle needs one too. Geno Smith ain't it.
The Las Vegas Raiders, off of all of their controversy swirling around and dysfunction, I forgot to mention this part. Mark Davis said he was thinking that to expect NFL lawsuits against the NFL just a couple hours prior to the Vegas Denver kickoff. So that controversy was swirling around. All of the controversy of Gruden was still swirling around, as it probably will with the Las Vegas Raiders all season. However, the Las Vegas Raiders won 34-24. That's
controversy game, interim head coach game. It was always Las Vegas. They were always going to win this game.
Yes.
There was not a chance in hell that they were not going.
I thought they weren't going to win, but
interim head coaches, I feel like the record for them winning games in those first couple weeks after they take over must be insane.
I had no confidence with the Raiders. First off, I will say I did expect something stupid to happen, and well, it did. Mark Davis coming in just like 3 hours before the game. Yeah, expect lawsuits against the end. This is a attack. This is just a hit on the Las Vegas Raiders by the NFL. Expect lawsuits. It happened just a few hours before.
The fuck is running the Raiders? Mark Davis or fucking Donald Trump? Because I mean that's the shit it's
on. Moving on, in a game that took overtime, the Dallas Cowboys, who had 600 some odd yards, played the New England Patriots, who had 250, I think.
Sounds about right, because Dallas couldn't get out of their own way. This shouldn't have been a game.
Dallas won 35-29.
Dallas doesn't fuck themselves over. They put up a 50 burger on the Patriots.
Right now, I'm confident that either Dallas isn't good or their coaching is so bad that they're just not good. Everything Mike McCarthy did was just such a joke.
Coaching and discipline are real questions for the Dallas Cowboys. I think it's gonna cost them in the long run, I think. But they're a good team. They just are poorly coached and can't get out of their own way at times.
Moving on.
They got the talent. I mean, they got Diggs back there, who is like the most hit or miss player in the NFL. He's either picking the ball off or allowing 75-yard touchdowns, like he did in this game. Literally, pick six, next play for New England. Boom. Bomb for Matt Jones.
Here's the thing: you can't tell Dallas fans that Diggs is an idiot. It was bad. You can't tell Dallas fans that play was Diggs' fault. That play, according to Dallas fans, was all the safety's fault. You can go read through my Twitter mentions on that. Those guys weren't stupid enough to make it on stupid people say stupid things.
I mean, I don't expect Dallas fans to be the most intelligent people on the planet, but yeah, no.
That was Quandre Diggs' fault so bad.
Not Quandre Diggs.
Trayvon
Diggs.
Trayvon Diggs. Yeah.
Diggs. Not the one that's related to Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
No, he's completely. He is the most hit or miss player I feel like in the entire NFL, because like his name's out there because he's got like 6 interceptions on the year.
Yeah, he has an interception every week.
And
literally,
but then he does stuff like that. It's like. And I'm not the only one that says it. It's a fairly common thing, but Dallas fans can't admit it, I suppose.
Well, that wasn't his fault. He got beat on a double move. Yeah, he got beat on the double move.
He got beat. What are you saying?
I don't care that he had safety help. The safety was supposed to be over the top. It was supposed to be over top help, not he got beat by a double move. Yeah, the safety missed the tackle, but Trayvon Diggs got just beat.
That's why it's called safety help. if the corners were just every time they goof up gonna blame the safeties, like might as well not.
I had one Cowboys fan. Well, Diggs caught back up to him after he got beat.
It didn't matter. He allowed a touchdown.
Yeah. Moving on to the night.
Did those points not count? Did I miss something?
Yeah.
But caught back up to him. Okay, he's fast.
Yeah.
Whatever, he didn't make the play.
He caught back up to him after the ball had already been caught. It was He still got beat flat. He got flat beat. And I mean,
beat flat beat.
The interception, Diggs has an interception every week, every game this year, which is impressive. But yeah. Moving on.
Who the fuck knows with that team and with him?
Yeah,
I don't know. They're good, but man, they just gotta. I mean, they had fucking a million penalties. It seemed like for over 100 yards.
They just in terms of offensive yards had triple almost what the Patriots had.
Patriots had no business being in that game, and that game had no business going overtime. Like I said, no business.
In a game that also went to overtime, we had a few this week. I just now realized.
I almost said that earlier. We had a lot of games go to overtime this week.
Yeah.
NFL's a tough league, man.
I don't know if it's necessarily a tough league or if there's just every team just isn't really good right now. There's so many.
It's just closer than college, you know?
Yeah. But I don't necessarily think it's necessarily a tough league. Like, you look at the games that went to overtime, one of them shouldn't have been. The one we're about to talk about, the one we just talked about shouldn't have went to overtime. The Vikings and Panthers aren't really good teams. And then this one, Pittsburgh just has so many questions. The Pittsburgh Steelers played Seattle. Russell Wilson-less Seattle. And that's the story you need to know right there. Pittsburgh won 23-20 in overtime. Geno Smith was the thing.
As somebody who, and I'm never going to do this again, as somebody who had a same-game parlay that included Geno Smith passing for 200 yards. 200 yards as an NFL player. And he didn't do it. I mean...
So, here's what I don't get. First off, there's that... I don't know what he was doing on that fumble. That fumble in overtime, yes.
Can't happen.
Phenomenal. Intelligent, top, elite play by TJ Watt, who is an elite player. He's a dude. Yeah. He is a dude.
By the way, going back to last game for a second, Mac Jones got absolutely murdered.
Yes.
At one point.
Yes, he did.
But yeah, TJ Watt's fucking unbelievable.
Phenomenal play by him, but that right there just shows why Geno Smith's the backup quarterback.
Right.
In that scenario, you don't do what you did with the ball there.
What? Geno Smith hadn't started a game since like 2017.
Yeah. You throw that ball. Just throw that ball away. Don't try
This game had the most absurd amount of running that I've ever fucking seen.
But that's what I don't get is Seattle has DK Metcalf, who in my opinion is one of the best receivers in the league.
I mean, yeah, when Russ is in there, yes.
Why are you not trying to even get him the ball?
It was really all game that way. Like,
yeah, and I don't get it.
I don't know if it was just the disconnection between Geno Smith and those guys. But when Russell Wilson's in the game, you throw the ball to DK, you throw the ball to Tyler Lockett.
Tyler Lockett had one target, or didn't have a target until the fourth quarter.
Yep. And DK didn't have that many either.
Yeah. Like, why are you not putting the ball? You're putting the ball in Will Dissly or whatever his name was in his hands.
I was gonna say my exact words when he scored a touchdown. Might I add? I messaged Austin. I'm like, who the fuck is this Dissly guy?
Yeah, I don't even know if his first name is Will. I'm sorry, Mr. Dissly, if you watch this podcast. I'm sorry. I don't know who you are.
We don't, man. But, like, you got those guys out there, and they were just... Geno just was like, I got DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. You know, those guys do pretty well when Russ throws them the ball. I'm just going to look them off.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
And then, here's where I think... And, granted, yes, the game went into overtime. But here's where I think Seattle ended up just losing the game, and it felt like they were just playing to either go into... This happened in regulation. It felt like they were just, like, okay, whatever happens with Geno Smith, with him here. Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to be this way the next couple of weeks until they get Russ back. On a pivotal third down in the fourth quarter, it was like third and passing scenario. It's like 3rd and 6, 3rd and 7. You don't have DK Metcalf or Ty Lockett on the field.
Makes zero sense.
I don't know what Pete Carroll was doing. I honestly think if the Seattle Seahawks were to just go out and tie every single game until Russell Wilson gets back, which just isn't going to happen. It's just not possible. I think Pete Carroll will be okay with that.
I mean, literally. I mean,
he's just playing to not. He's having Geno Smith to play to not lose.
Can we talk about the absolute stupidity? And I don't understand how this has happened, because Chris Collinsworth used to be a very, very solid color announcer.
Not great, but solid. I'll agree with.
Solid, yes. I mean, what? I mean, look at the competition. It's what? Fucking whoever the hell was calling the game with Chris Myers, the Lions and Bengals last week.
Yeah.
It's like he's one of the better.
Other than Tony Romo, there really is no competition.
Tony Romo, or not Tony Romo, Chris Collinsworth at one point said, "Oh, I didn't know that Russell Wilson was this important to Seattle's success." What? Russ is the only reason that this team is relevant, man. He's one of the best players in the NFL, regardless of position.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like he didn't realize Matthew Stafford was good at football up until this year.
Yeah. Also, yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. Moving on to the Monday night game.
Oh, God.
I
hurt.
What?
This game fucking hurt.
I was surprised by it, but not like, I don't know. The Tennessee Titans on the back of absolute dude, man who might not be human, Derrick Henry. Man, honestly, he might be beyond a human being. He might be at a higher plane than human.
Dude is gonna rush for 2,000. He's probably gonna break all the rushing touchdown records, rushing yards records. And I get it's a 17-game season. He'll probably do it by week 16.
Yeah.
Let's be honest here. Derrick Henry is on another fucking planet.
He's not human. He was sent by the aliens. He was sent by a higher being, a higher power or whatever, to play the game of football and teach us all how it was done, how it's supposed to be done.
The only thing that can even be considered on the same level as Derrick Henry, and he does surpass him, is a man that goes by the name of The.
He is the scale of dude. Derrick Henry rushed for 20 times for 143 yards. Had a long of 76, 3 touchdowns. By the way, the final score was 34-31. Derrick Henry just running through the Buffalo defense. Funny enough, I saw something that was almost made it on the Stupid People Say Stupid Things.
Oh.
About this game. It came from a New York Jets fan.
What? Why?
The New York Jets fan came out and said, because somewhere tweeted, Derrick, I think it was like FanDuel actually tweeted, Derrick Henry can't be stopped. And then this New York Jets fan comes out and says, we stopped Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry rushed for 170 yards against the Jets.
You stopped the Titans. You did not stop that man.
You stopped Mike Vrabel's team that had Ryan Tannehill throw the ball 50 times.
I tell you, man, stupid's an epidemic.
You did not stop Derrick Henry, who ran for $170 against the Jets. Everyone who plays the Titans this year, anytime Derrick Henry touches the ball, they're gonna be saying this: "Mama, there goes that man again."
Mm-hmm. This game, though, came down to that decision late in the game by Sean McDermott, not to tie the game, not to kick the field goal. God damn it. Appalachian State is going to beat Coastal Carolina.
Well, that's awkward.
Massive ass.
Confirmed.
Yeah. It came down to that. You don't kick the field goal to tie. You get stuffed on 4th down. I mean, I think it's just confidence in that Buffalo's going to be all right, and they don't have a lot of faith in the rest of their division to keep up with them.
I wouldn't either.
But
I mean,
I don't know. I'm taking the points. Like, against a good team like Tennessee, like, take the points, tie the game, go to overtime. Don't do that. And not only not get it, but a quarterback sneak with your franchise quarterback, one of the better ones in the NFL right now in Josh Allen, and have him just get murdered on a quarterback sneak.
I don't know. We've seen too many things happen these past few years with quarterback sneaks where franchise quarterbacks get hurt. We have a couple years ago, Patrick Mahomes missed a couple weeks because he dislocated his knee on one. I don't get that play. All I'm going to say, though, about this, Derrick Henry, he's not going to win the MVP because he's a running back, and it's a quarterback award. But Derrick Henry,
I hope one of these years that he does. He fucking deserves it.
He should have won it last year. At 20, he was 20 yards short of breaking the single season rushing record. He's going to break it this year.
Yeah, Derrick Henry is on another planet.
He's not going to win the MVP this year, but he should. He is the MVP.
I think he's going to win one eventually, whether it be this year, sometime in the future. Better happen quick, because the lifespan of a running back is a short one in the NFL.
I think his is going to be a long, because he's an animal. He's
been King Henry now. This is going on 3 years.
Yeah.
So,
fun fact also, Derrick Henry on his 76-yard run broke a he's measured as the fastest player in the NFL this year. He reached the highest top speed so far of the season.
Which is honestly shocking, only because what I saw out of Jonathan Taylor in that Colts game. Good Lord!
I mean, that's Tyreek.
Long run that Jonathan Taylor had in the Colts beat down on the Texans. Holy shit! The fact that the Lions drafted DeAndre Swift over Jonathan Taylor. I know I'm biased because we watch a lot of Big Ten games, me and you both. But we knew Jonathan Taylor was a dude at Wisconsin. He was the only reason they were relevant.
Yeah.
And we got DeAndre Swift, who's a solid running back, but he ain't Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah. Question from chat: who's gonna be better the rest of this season, AJ Brown or Terry McLaurin?
That's a tough question. Terry McLaurin's kind of banged up right now. He's questionable, I believe.
Terry McLaurin's gonna be questionable for this week, if I remember correctly.
And I believe no, not this week. I don't believe AJ Brown is questionable this week. He was last week, and it's Julio Jones is questionable. Who's gonna be better? I like them both.
I am a Terry McLaurin guy. Terry McLaurin went to Ohio State. I, however, think, and this is don't get me wrong. Ryan Tannehill is not an elite quarterback. I think Tannehill is better than anybody, than Taylor Heineke, or really anybody that Terry McLaurin is going to have thrown to him this year.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it too.
So I think. Go ahead, Jordan.
WFT's got a dude in Terry McLaurin, but and Taylor Heineke's no slouch. I mean, he's way more than I would have ever expected him to be. So, props to him. But I guess if I had to pick one,
I would say AJ Brown would have a better have a better rest of this season just because he has a better quarterback thrown to him.
It's tough because what defines better season, I suppose. And if the Titans are smart, they don't really throw the football a whole lot and to Derrick Henry 50 times a game.
Yeah,
but they won't do that.
Yeah.
So who the hell knows? I think those are actually very similar players in terms of what I would expect out of them throughout the whole year for varying circumstances.
Terry McLaurin's just a number one receiver, and A.J. Brown's...
A.J. Brown isn't...
He's a number one receiver, just not with Julio Jones there.
It's honestly, I feel like for Tennessee, it's like 1A, 1B.
Yeah.
It really is.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Julio's a bit older now, still a dude, but yeah, that's a very good question.
Yeah, so to answer that question, Swadum...
We don't fucking know.
I would have to say, just based off of Tannehill being slightly better, A.J. Brown, if you're just going off of pure stats, I think A.J. Brown will have a better statistical season. Who will have a bigger impact on their team's potential success. I think
McLaurin.
If Washington wants to have any success, they need to get Terry McLaurin the ball in any way possible. Yeah. McLaurin is again questionable this week going into Green Bay though. So that does it for the NFL recap. Jordan.
Fucking pain, man. Fucking pain.
Jordan, it's your channel. Lead us through the picks. It is time for your segment.
It is time for the picks. I don't know why I'm excited. Because this first game is happening right now.
It's actually over.
Yes, it is.
Actually, I'm going to stop you one time.
Yep.
Picks record. So far through this season, midway point of the NCAA season, I am 52-53. Jordan is 49-56.
Yeah, man, I've been trying some things to get back at it and get back, on the winning record. It's not quite the NFL. We'll get to our picks record in the NFL lately. You've put together some fucking weeks last 2 weeks.
I have.
But I'm just trying some things and it ain't sticking right now. But, we're not done yet. Not an impossible gap to close here. The first game of the picks just ended. Number 14, Coastal Carolina. They were -3.5 against Appalachian State. 94% of the people on CBS Sports were on Coastal Carolina. Undefeated Coastal Carolina until tonight. That game is final, 30-27. Fucking pain. I used a $30 free bet on that shit.
I was on that Coastal Carolina train, so I was wrong.
I was too. I believed in Coastal Carolina. It's the only reason I put that game in here. I hadn't bet on Coastal Carolina actually all year long, but I finally was just like, fuck it, and threw them in there with the Utah Jazz minus 1,100 against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and then Coastal Carolina to cover 3.5. And what do you know? I mean, it's just the way my betting luck has gone these last few days.
I don't want to hear it, but yeah, mine's been rough.
I had a good weekend 2 weekends ago where I went 5-0. Ever since, it's been a fucking shit show. I haven't won a bet in 3 days by fucking, inches, it seems. Right. So we're both wrong on Coastal Carolina already. 0-1 record.
Yep. Starting the week off rough.
But maybe this will brighten your spirits. We got some action. Eastern Michigan. They're on the road. -3. They take on Bowling Green. 94% of the people are on the 4-3 Eastern Michigan Eagles, I do believe.
Yes.
Who do you got?
So, some people say I'm a man of the people.
Oh, here we go.
This is going to bite me in the ass, but I am going against what the people say. Yes, Bowling Green, or Eastern Michigan, scores more points than Bowling Green. They give up, for all intents and purposes, the same amount of points. Eastern Michigan has more yards per game, and Bowling Green, really the only thing that they edged Eastern out in terms of stats is yards per game. However, Eastern Michigan is not phenomenal on the road at 1-2. Bowling Green, yeah, you could say they're 1-2 at home because, well, they've only won one game. However, Bowling Green is 5-1 against the spread. I am going Bowling Green. This is essentially a pick 'em in terms of college. So give me the Bowling Green Falcons.
I really fucking hate you sometimes. Because you pick Bowling Green for the exact reasons that I pick Bowling Green. And
well, you don't have to go on.
As a man of integrity, I will not switch my pick. I am sticking with Bowling Green because honestly, I don't fucking know about this game. 94% of the people in Eastern Michigan, though, me and you both didn't see it. I mean, we might very well be the 6% that have picked Bowling Green. Right. I don't know.
Swap pick over just for a second to see if it drops.
That game, by the way, before we move on, is on ESPN Plus. And we move on to a game that's on ESPNU. Northern Illinois. Oh boy. 5-2. They're on the road. They're plus 5.5 against the Central Michigan Chippewas. You can't use the man of the people line here because it's split 50-50.
This is a game of a lot of injured players. I'm gonna say that much. To
say the least.
Fire up Chips. The Central Michigan Chippewas down in Mount Pleasant haven't lost a game at home yet. They edge out Northern Illinois in every statistical category except for points, in which Northern Illinois is averaging 28.4 a game and Central is averaging 27.7. So not a big statistical difference. Central is a 5.5 point favorite. Give me the Central Michigan Chippewas.
Fire up Chips, baby. Well, big game for me here. The Northwestern Wildcats, they're on the road. They travel to the hole that Fielding Yost dug, more commonly known as the Big House. Michigan minus 21.5.
Something notable.
Northwestern. Yes, go ahead.
Something notable. This is our first Saturday game that's on a real network.
That is true.
Okay, so I got some things to say about this game. So buckle in.
Uh-oh.
This, if you are a Michigan Wolverines, it is Wolverines, right? Not Michigan Wolverine. Yeah, I figured. If you were a
plural, yes.
Yeah, if you were a Michigan Wolverines,
oddly enough, because I don't think multiple Wolverines exist in the state of Michigan.
I've never seen one. I don't even know if I've seen one at a zoo in the 11 years I've lived here in Michigan.
I do not believe, and of course it's hard to know for certain, but I don't believe there are any Wolverines in Michigan.
Solid. If you were a player or member of the coaching staff of the Michigan Wolverines, this is the game you underline before the game that you circle on your calendar.
There you go.
I say underline because that's what I did as a player in my former playing days. We have a big game that we schedule on we circle on our calendar. The game right before it, I take my red Sharpie because I always use the red Sharpie. Take my red Sharpie and underline the one right before the game that you circle. Next week is the game you circle if you're a Michigan Wolverine. If you're a Michigan, you circle the Michigan State game. This game right here is the one you underline because this is a game that if you perform poorly, it's demoralizing. Trust me, I know that because I've had games like that. I've been on teams that have had scenarios like that, and then you take that negative energy into the following week. This is a game Michigan is, did you say the spread?
What's that?
Did you say the spread of this game?
Minus 21.5.
Michigan is a 21.5 point favorite. I'm going to steal a phrase from Nick Saban. Michigan's players have to stay away from the rat poison. Nick Saban calls the media and all of the additional outside influence onto the team that Nick Saban commonly refers to it as rat poison. If you're a Michigan Wolverines player, you're going around on campus all week, hearing from your buddies that aren't on the team, hearing from your classmates, everything. Oh, you're supposed to beat Northwest. You're playing Northwestern this week. You're supposed to beat them by a shit ton. You just came off the bye week. This is the game. This is a game where it is easy to be lackadaisical and come out sleeping. And to make things worse, for Northwestern on the other side, if they win this game, it is a season-defining win. So the Michigan Wolverines, they need to come out awake. I am still going the Michigan Wolverines though, despite everything that I said, because it's that important.
It really is.
If Harbaugh doesn't have the Wolverines coming out firing, there's gonna be questions and there's gonna be concerns. This game is important. Give me the Michigan Wolverines.
It's every game on the college schedule, especially, not so much the case in the NFL, is important. But in college, one game, one loss could wreck your season, and it usually does. Michigan, I feel like they have a chance if they go out and beat Northwestern by this 21.5 or more. You got a chance to be a road favorite against MSU. I don't know if that's what they want. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Maybe they'd rather be the underdog. Hard to say. Maybe they don't give a shit. They probably don't. But for the fans, you gotta hope that they come out and do exactly what they're supposed to do. Just do the business. Northwestern is not good. They are coming off their best game of the year, and they've looked okay. But I still do think Michigan is on a higher level than Northwestern to the point that they could cover this 21.5. It's a lot of points. I'm a guy that loves taking the points. Can't do it with my guys. Give me Michigan. Minus 21.5. A game that exists. Number 2, Cincinnati, undefeated. They're on the road, and they take on the Navy Midshipmen, sitting there at 1-5. Oh, boy. Who do you got? Navy getting 27.5, by the way.
Things have kind of fallen apart for Ken Niamatotolo's squad.
Yes.
The Navy midshipmen there.
Remember when they dominated the Army-Navy game?
Yeah. They not just that, they kind of dominated the American Athletic Conference there.
I mean, it's not saying a lot, but yes, he did. We're ranked a little bit.
Yeah. Things have just kind of fallen apart for the Navy midshipmen. I as much as I kind of want to, I can't take Navy. Give me Cincinnati.
All right. We finally differ. And here's why. That triple option of Navy, pain in the fucking ass.
I will agree with that.
That, and that means there's a lot of goddamn running.
That is true.
It is very hard to cover when the clock is running the entire goddamn time your opponent has the football. Navy's probably going to throw like 5 passes in this game. Maybe 10 if Cincinnati's lucky. Lot of points. Not quite 4 touchdowns. If this was 28.5, I'd say it's almost a lock. The fact that it's 27.5 has me a little bit concerned, but I'm gonna take the midship. I'm gonna take him. We'll see where we go with that. Well, Illinois fighting Illini, and his name escapes me. Brett Bielema. They're on the road, plus 23.5 against number 7 Penn State. Penn State still has Sean Clifford just questionable. He hasn't been listed as out yet, so who knows? What do you say for this one? Hard game to predict with the starting QB. Still, we don't know if he's going to be in or not.
Well, Illinois is getting 23, 23 flat.
Yep.
Today was the first time Sean Clifford has thrown this week.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see why Penn State would start him, and I don't
for this game. Yeah, I don't win regardless.
Necessarily know if they should start him. If this is the first time he's thrown, you're talking 3 days before, and I saw a picture on Twitter where he came out and had an offensive lineman knee brace on his knee. He's not going to be very mobile. DJ Mustafar's their best defensive tackle is still going to be out. Adizia Isaac is good for their defensive end. One of their defensive ends out. John Lovett, running back, questionable. Sean Clifford, questionable with an undisclosed injury. It appears to be a knee injury. I'm going I don't ever go Brett Bielema because he's terrible.
Wow.
But I'm going Brett Bielema and the Fighting Illini. 23 is a lot for a team that in Penn State has some injuries and has, I don't really think, a lot of reason to start Sean Clifford. I don't think he's going to start. And that backup quarterback was atrocious.
He has been bad, but Illinois is bad as an entire team. I don't care if Sean Clifford doesn't start. Give me Penn State minus 23.
Okay, that's fair. Even
number and a weird number, but I will take Penn State. Illinois is just current worst team in the Big Ten. Rutgers is kind of tanking, and they're getting down to that territory again.
Rutgers is the coldest team in all. Rutgers needs a bye week in a bad way.
I don't know what Rutgers needs, but give me Penn State. We do have Purdue in the picks. Wisconsin is on the road. That was the name of Purdue Stadium. Do you know?
Stupid Trainhorn Stadium.
We'll go with that. Wisconsin is a road favorite of all fucking things against Purdue, who just knocked off Iowa. Purdue ranked, by the way, according to CBS,
and
it
the
has
AP.
them at 20. It has them at 25. Wasn't UTSA 25?
UTSA was 24.
That explains it. So number 25, Purdue, is a home dog against the Wisconsin Badgers. Who do you got?
Well, for anybody who's a Big Ten fan, anytime I'm not gonna watch this game just because it's gonna be bad, and B, I don't want to hear every time Purdue scores a touchdown. Which
shouldn't have watched the Lions game then.
I wish I didn't.
We have a touchdown horn for whatever goddamn reason.
Yeah. Well, Purdue train horn is gonna go off a lot against Wisconsin. Give me Purdue. Wisconsin's just so bad. I don't think Wisconsin scored in the fourth quarter this year.
I don't know the stats, so I won't say it, but I can't do it. I've seen Wisconsin's offense. I know how bad they are. Wisconsin is not Iowa, and Purdue just beat Iowa. So Purdue might Purdue, but give me Purdue plus 2.5. the Purdue happens at any moment with no notice. So who the hell knows?
Real quick, I'm looking at this. So far, I am at 13 points in the fourth quarter for Wisconsin. 20
all season.
20 all season. I'm through the Michigan game. They had 0 against Illinois in the fourth quarter. So
Jesus.
there's 20 still.
What was the final score of that game?
24-0. And then they had 27 points in the fourth quarter all season for Wisconsin. Ouch. Nope. I'm still going Purdue. They aren't going to Purdue this week. They will eventually, but not this week.
I can't do it with it. It's not necessarily a glowing endorsement of Purdue. It's more an indictment on Wisconsin.
They're so bad. They're so bad.
Speaking of bad, threw this in here just for you. Clemson's on the road, facing number 23 Pittsburgh in an ass conference game. Pitt minus 3.5. Is Pat Narduzzi still the head coach over there?
I don't know.
Hell knows? Make your pick, and I'll fucking find out.
Why is this game being played? Just why? Oh, wait, I know why. Because it has to be.
I was gonna say, it does kind of have to.
Why is this game being televised? There. This game's on ESPN at 3:30. There's got to be a better game on at 3:30 that you could put on over this. So. Clemson is ass. DJ Ukulele. His name is actually pronounced Uagalele. He is massive ass. Clemson is terrible. Dabo Sweeney is terrible. I would still rank Clemson number 11 in my weekly top 25 just to spite Dabo, but like they're so bad that I can't even put him in there to spite him. Like they're so bad. Give me fucking Pittsburgh in a game that literally 0 people should watch. If you watch this game, what are you doing with your life? Seriously.
I mean, unless you're a Clemson or Pitt fan, which might total 5 people on this planet. Pat Narduzzi is still the head coach of Pitt. Former Michigan State something.
Yep.
Defensive coordinator, I think. Fuck if I know. The people are surprisingly kind of split on this one. 56% of the people are on Pitt, which, given what we've seen from Clemson, I don't really know why. The points aren't. You're not getting a lot. I can't do it. Give me Pitt, man.
Yeah. Clemson is terrible.
Cannot do it with Clemson. We got Big Ten action on ESPN2. Maryland, the Terrapins, and Talia Tagovailoa, they're on the road. They take on PJ Fleck and the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Minnesota, all of a sudden, second of all fucking things in the Big Ten West. They're minus 5. What the hell is that number?
What the fuck is that number?
Give me your pick.
Well, Maryland started off hot. They were probably the hottest team in the Big Ten. You could say whatever you want to say about about Michigan or Michigan State. Maryland was probably the hottest team in the Big Ten because, well, they were expected to be bad.
Hot, yeah, okay.
It would have either been them or Rutgers. Let's be like.
I was gonna say hottest team in the Big Ten is definitely wrong, but
at the beginning of the season, those first 4 games,
most overachieving team in the Big Ten was Maryland. Yes,
like they probably were had to have it's either them or Rutgers were the hottest team in the Big Ten at that time.
In terms of like stock rising, yes.
Then they
still got fucking Ohio State and Michigan and Penn State and Michigan State.
Well, yeah,
all those guys. But in terms of like, whoa, this team's way better than we thought they'd be. Yes, yeah.
Then they played Iowa and lost by 50 to that Iowa offense that was.
I don't know how the hell that happened.
And then
no goddamn clue.
And then they played Ohio State and gave up a lot.
That was a 56-3 game or thereabouts.
I think it was more, if I remember correctly. Maryland's just row the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Minnesota, give me even with no Mo Ibrahim.
Hasn't been that way since midway through the first game of the year.
Yeah, give me Minnesota. Row the boat,
yeah.
PJ Fleck. Maryland's just.
Yeah.
They have the pieces to be good, maybe. I don't know, but they just coming off a bye week. Hopefully, they could have a better showing than their games against Iowa and Ohio State. But 5 points is low. Give me Minnesota.
It's low and weird. Yeah, no. PJ Fleck, I shouldn't love the guy since he went to a quote-unquote rival of Michigan in the Minnesota Golden Gophers. I love PJ Fleck. Fucking row the boat. Minnesota -5. SEC action. Yay. Ed Orgeron leads the. I say leads. It's probably a. I don't know if that phrase will ring true.
Walks out on the field.
He is the head coach of the LSU Tigers. They're on the road plus 10.5 against the Ole Miss Rebels, number 12 in the country. Maybe with Matt Corral. He is questionable currently. Who do you got in this one?
Even with Matt Corral questionable, I think Lane Kiffin's going to be able to get those guys ready. I'm taking Ole Miss. I think Ed Orgeron, even the chunks that I watched of the LSU game, I was switching between the LSU Florida game and the Michigan State Indiana game. You could see, even in a win, Ed Orgeron doesn't have that team, that LSU Tigers team. He's lost that team. I agree. Kirk Herbstreit said it a few weeks ago, and I agree with him on it. I don't think Ed Orgeron's really. He's the head coach, but he's not a leader on that team.
Not with the group of guys he's got right now. I can't. Even if Matt Corral doesn't play, I can't take LSU. And the fact that we don't know yet leads me to believe that he will play. And if he does play, minus 10.5 should be easy. So, I mean, Ole Miss is currently the third best team, I think, in the SEC. Georgia and Alabama, of course, ahead of them.
Yeah.
We got a game, and we have some decisions to make here. The last few weeks on this podcast, known around the world as the House Divided Podcast.
Yes.
We've been picking Liberty Flames games. And we've often said, give me liberty or give me death. Liberty lost to Louisiana Monroe.
Rich Rodriguez.
Yeah. But they're back. The Liberty Flames are back. Minus 21.5 against the North Texas Mean Green. 93% of the people on the now 5-2 Liberty Flames and Malik Willis, not future Detroit Lions quarterback.
Maybe.
You were the first person to make your decision, even though we are currently dead, because we have apparently chosen death.
Give me liberty or give me death. I'm sticking with them. The North Texas Mean Green are atrocious.
to be a 1-5 team.
They can't score points. They can't play defense. They can't offense. They can't anything. Give me liberty or give me death. I'm going the Liberty Flames again.
I'm gonna do this. Fucking Liberty lets me down again. I don't know if I can ever pick them again.
Right.
I will pick against them. I will continue to put them in the picks. I'm the one that selects these games.
Yeah.
And I'll put them in the picks just so I can pick against them. If they don't take care of business against the North Texas Mean Green, that hurt me so much when they lost.
I know.
I sent you that score at halftime and they were taking care of business. It was like 14-0, and then they blew it.
Yeah. Fun
and
fact.
There's Lions fans out there that want Malik Willis, a guy that's throwing 3 picks to the Louisiana Monroe, to be that friggin' future quarterback of the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I should pick against Liberty just to spite those people.
Yeah, but give me Liberty.
I can't with North Texas, man. They've been in here a few times. They shit the bed every single time.
They shit the bed every time.
Every single time. Another game that's in here simply for you.
I saw this game and I didn't even look at I saw the top team, I saw the road team. I didn't even look to see who they were playing. I just went and picked the other one.
Spread didn't matter for you, but
Didn't look at anything.
I'll tell it to the people. 4-3 on the season. The Tennessee Volunteers are on the road, headed to the graveyard that is Bryant-Denny Stadium to take on the Alabama Crimson Tide. Tennessee is getting 27.5. That's a lot of points. I know your pick, but say it anyway.
Fun fact, Alabama as a money line, according to CBS, is $29.90. Minus $29.90.
I was gonna tell you to hold on. I was gonna guess, but I wouldn't have guessed right. Taking a drink.
As I said, I saw Tennessee. I didn't even look and see who they were playing. I didn't look and see what the spread was. I just went and clicked Alabama. The fact that it is Alabama just makes it even easier for me, though.
All right.
Yeah, I saw Tennessee, and I was like, nope. Alabama. It's like, Tennessee? Who are they? It doesn't matter. Give me Alabama.
So, I have a newfound hatred for the Tennessee Volunteers. More so their fan base.
Mine's not new.
Well, yes. You Florida Gator, you. That being said, can't pass up the opportunity for all these points. I haven't picked a lot of points today. I'm doing it here. And my reasoning is Ole Miss, I know they got crushed by Alabama, but that was Alabama playing their best. Ole Miss wasn't playing their best. Those teams are probably closer than you would think. 27.5's a lot. I don't even want to do it because Tennessee fucking outside of their fight song sucks.
Their fight song sucks.
By the way, of course you think so. By the way, I had somebody after the whole Tennessee debacle with Ole Miss this last weekend. I said on Twitter that their only redeeming quality was the fight song, and somebody told me that the unofficial fight song, Rocky Top, was about a double murder. It mentions one. I actually researched this. It mentions one, but it is not about one. And it might not even mention one because it says people go up into the tops of the mountains and never come down. So they might just be off the grid. Who the hell do I know? the SEC, Tennessee, fucking anywhere in the South makes no sense. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I don't know why I'm doing it, but give me Tennessee. I'm going to regret that one. Well, here you go. Ohio State, number 5 in the nation. They are minus 19, heading to that block of concrete in Bloomington to take on the Indiana Hoosiers. It's your team. Take her away.
This game could have some similar issues for Ohio State that Michigan did. I don't think it'll be on the scale that Michigan could have. I don't think this is, it's an important game for Ohio State. Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's going to have the same seriousness, this game, as Michigan's game against Northwestern should. I think Ryan Day and the Ohio State coaching staff are more professional and are better leaders of men and better able to get their players geared and ready for a game like this than Harbaugh is. At least up until Jim Harbaugh has proven to me. I could be wrong.
I can't say that's true because outside of Harbaugh, the entire coaching staff outside of Harbaugh and Josh Gaddis is completely different. So who the hell knows?
Like I said, I don't entirely know. I'm obviously not sitting inside the locker room filming the Michigan Wolverines, but everything we've seen in the past, I don't necessarily know if Harbaugh or that coaching staff is as great at getting players geared up and ramped up for a game like what they're playing this week against Northwestern. I think Ryan Day and the Ohio State coaching staff is better at it. 19 points. OH. What did you say?
I said they probably are. Ryan Day, that Ohio State coaching staff has proven it. Harbaugh hasn't to this point.
And that's I've said several times, I don't think Harbaugh is a great coach for Michigan. I don't think he's necessarily a bad coach because he's won at the on the NFL level. He never won at a Super Bowl, but he has won on the NFL level. He's
got him there and brought Stanford back from the dead.
It's
taken a little time, but we're on the right track.
And he has even won at the college level over at Stanford. He's just I don't necessarily know if he's the right coach for Michigan. That's a conversation for a different time. Indiana
one I'm sure we'll have sometime in November.
Yeah. Or possibly later. I don't know if that's going to be, depending on what's going on with both programs, that could be an interesting conversation at that point.
Yeah. We'll see when we get there.
Indiana's defense can be easy to figure out because they're so aggressive. Is the big question for Indiana is, do they have a real quarterback? If Michael Penix Jr. is still questionable, no one knows. If their backup quarterback is playing, Ohio State's scoring 50 points a game. They're allowing 20. At one point, Ohio State was the third worst defense in the country, but they've gotten that fixed. There was only 2 teams worse than Ohio State in terms of defense. They were UConn and UMass. Ohio State's gotten that fixed. Huzzah. You could say what you want about the competition they've had to play. I don't think Indiana's going to be able to prevent Ohio State from scoring 50. I don't think Indiana's going to be able to keep it close. Ohio State by more than 19.
We do have a little bit of breaking news. The Atlanta Braves, 1 win away from the National League pennant. They have beaten the LA Dodgers tonight.
I had just saw that as I was going through that through my
in dominating fashion, might I add, 9-2.
Whew.
Yeah. Big win for the Braves. I'm back on the Braves bandwagon. I hadn't officially jumped off yet, but I'm back on it, man. Although me being on the bandwagon seemingly was cursed after what happened to the Giants. But
right.
Back to college football. You are on your Buckeyes. I am on your Buckeyes. Can't do it. simply because I think Ohio State is back to being Ohio State.
I do agree with that
They are.
statement. Took me a while to get to
And-
that belief, but I agree now.
Right. It's,
As someone who is
came out of the gate sluggish on this season, the loss to Oregon, but
and just didn't look good for a while too.
Weeks 1, 2, 3, you were like, I don't know what's going on with them. You can't say that anymore. They're just back to just doing business and killing
Nuclear-powered
teams.
buzzsaw.
Pretty much.
A buzzsaw attached to a nuclear missile.
Right. It's just not enough points for me to take Indiana here. 19. Which sounds crazy. I mean, 19's a lot of points, but when Ohio State is just crushing people and scoring 50, 60 a game every
I have
chance
a question
they get. Yes.
On this. Because it seems you are picking Ohio State.
I am.
The spread against Akron was, I believe, 52, and you took Akron. What is the limit for points in terms of Ohio State right now? Because Ohio State covered that spread, if you remember correctly.
It is. It's subjective because 52. I don't remember if we had 52. I think we had 50 even. But with a Big Ten team, I mean, Akron's just dog shit. Let's be honest here.
I was just curious because it's like
with a Big Ten team, I would start considering it when you get to 4 touchdown territory. When you get to 28, depending on the opponent, you get to 28. You get to 28 points, then I'd consider it. You're only gonna give me 19. I can't do it. Indiana's offense didn't show me anything. Like you've said multiple times, their defense is relatively predictable, or at least that's how they played Michigan State. Can't do it. 19's not enough.
Fair.
A rivalry game of sorts. USC, they're on the road to take on Notre Dame and touchdown Jesus. Notre Dame's still ranked 13th. I feel like I think that Notre Dame is worse record-wise than they are, even though they are 5-1, but it's just that they came out and kind of barely squeaked by all their opponents the entire season. Yeah. They are -6.5 at Notre Dame Stadium. That's what it's called, right? Against USC. Who do you got? 85% of the people on Notre Dame, by the way.
USC's not good. Give me touchdown, Jesus.
USC isn't good, but I don't think Notre Dame is either. I don't know why I'm doing this. It's not a full touchdown. I'm fucking taking USC. I don't know why. I'm sure I had a rhyme or reason when I was making the pick, but it must not have stuck with me very much because I don't remember what it was. Good God. I'm going to live to regret that one. And starting at midnight our time, New Mexico State is on the road to take on Hawaii. According to CBS, this game is on some network called True, and not True TV. It's got an E in there on this True. And then what was the other one that we looked up prior to starting this one?
FOS Football or something like that.
Some sort of network you've never heard of.
Yeah.
That's what this game is being broadcast on at midnight Eastern Standard Time. New Mexico State is getting 18 on the road. They are 1-6 in the season. The Hawaii Rainbow Warriors are 3-4. 91% of the people are on Hawaii. Who do you got?
I'm going with the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors. Statistically and every stat.
Are you sure about your decision?
I'm not, but I am. The Hawaii's statistically better in every stat. Like, that's it.
It's the sole reason.
Like, they're against the spread record. Like, Hawaii's 3-3. New Mexico State, the New Mexico State Lobos are 4-2, so it's similar. New Mexico State's 0-4 on the road, and that flight, as you very well cannot drive to Hawaii, to the island state of Hawaii.
Would dare anyone to try.
I would love to see someone try it. I don't think it's going to work out for them.
No.
That flight is rough. Give me the Hawaii Rainbow Warriors in Honolulu. If this was at home, or if this was a home game for New Mexico State, I would probably take New Mexico State. But that's just a tough travel.
This is a game that, for me, I just have no goddamn clue. Hawaii's not good by any means.
No.
In New Mexico, they should be better than New Mexico State.
Yeah.
Are they 3 scores better? Who the fuck knows? So that's my reasoning for taking New Mexico State on this one. It's simply that I don't know. I ain't gonna watch this game because I don't even know where the fuck to find this shit that this game is on. I have no fucking clue.
No. But moving on to the NFL picks.
The NFL picks. We only got 13 games this week. We have 6 teams on a bye.
Real quick. I am 50 and 44. Jordan is 46 and 48.
The NFL picks these last 3 weeks especially. I've taken some shots in the dark to try and close the gap, and it has not worked whatsoever. Like at all.
No.
I've lost ground, and I don't know. I gotta stay the course. I gotta try and do some things. Thursday night football, the Denver Broncos are not at Mile High Stadium. They are at First Energy Field in Cleveland. This is an interesting one. So, CBS Sports spreads do not change throughout the week.
No.
So, the news that Baker Mayfield was not starting and Case Keenum does not affect this one. The Browns are minus 3.5. Actually, let's pull up the matchup analysis here. Current odds, Cleveland actually is still favored.
Yes.
Vegas has no faith in the Browns. Who do you got on this one?
Do you mean the Broncos then?
Yes. Who do you got on this one? This is gonna be interesting. I'll probably watch every second of this one just because it's Thursday night. There's football on. We shall see.
The Browns is the Browns.
But the Broncos is the Broncos. Let me pull up this matchup analysis quick once again. Oh, their strength of schedule has increased dramatically. They are up to 19th, but Cleveland's is at 10th, which is fairly solid.
I'm gonna go with the Cleveland Browns, even without Baker. Nick Chubb's also gonna be out. Jadeveon Clowney's questionable. Odell Beckham Jr. should be out with the AC joint injury. Teddy Bridgewater is gonna be out. Well, questionable.
But he's questionable right now.
Even with Case Keenum, give me the Browns.
This is the first time we've seen Case Keenum in quite some time.
Yeah.
I know what he did with Minnesota, but I cannot do it.
I'll probably regret that pick. I know it.
You're gonna give me a field goal. It's the NFL, and Cleveland's banged up. I have to take the Broncos. I have to. It's like a betting obligation to take the Broncos when Cleveland's all banged up like this. Give me the Broncos plus 3.5.
Fair.
Well, we've got a game here.
Yes.
2 teams that in the last 2 weeks have made the trip over to London. It's the Atlanta Falcons and Matty Ice on the road to take on the Miami Dolphins. Dolphins are 1-5, Falcons 2-3. Dolphins are plus 2.5. And Tua is questionable. He started last week, but he's all of a sudden questionable again.
Yep, for that reason, right now, just give me Atlanta. I mean, even with Tua playing, that Miami offensive line is terrible. Miami is also 0-5 against the spread, by the way.
Yeah, yes, they are.
They're just not good.
I cannot do it with Miami Dolphins. They have showed me literally nothing that would make me want to pick them. Whereas the Atlanta Falcons, even though they're not good, they have. And not a lot of points here. I mean, you win by a field goal, you're covered. So, give me the Falcons.
Also, side note, tickets for this game are apparently starting at $21, by the way.
I am very happy that statistic, if you'll call it, has made its way into the picks. I was waiting.
I had to find one. Just completely irrelevant one. No one wants to go see that game. That's the lowest starting ticket price of the week.
I mean, shocker. Florida sports fans ain't trying to go to these games. A la Tampa Bay Rays. Jesus Christ. We move on to a game that could potentially be a shit fest. The Carolina Panthers, they are on the road. They take on the New York Football Giants. Giants plus 2.5. 80% of the people are on the Carolina Panthers.
I'm on the Carolina Panthers too.
So, what you're saying is that you're a man of the people.
Yes.
Apparently I am too. Fucking give me the Panthers.
Yeah.
I will not watch this game.
Nope.
Even if we somehow get it on our TVs here. I don't know.
I will not be watching that one.
If our local networks put Panthers Giants on our screens instead of any other game, fucking I give up.
I'll find something else to watch.
That ain't football.
Yeah, I'll watch soccer.
There you go. We have the Cincinnati Bengals on the road, heading to M&T Bank Stadium to take on the 5-1 Ravens. Ravens are minus 6.5, and the people, 58% of the people are on the Baltimore Ravens.
The Bengals aren't going to the Bengals aren't going to beat the Ravens. First off, they're not going to cover. Trey Hendrickson, one of their best defensive linemen, questionable with a shoulder injury. The Ravens are just too good. Give me the Ravens.
This is one I'm going to live to regret. I have a feeling. Because I agree with you that the Ravens are very, very good at the football.
Yeah.
But 6 points, so essentially 7 points, is a lot in the NFL. Like I said, I'm going to live to regret it. Give me your Cincinnati Bengals. Can you believe I'm doing that?
No.
All right. Moving on, we got the Kansas City Chiefs. They're on the road. They travel to Tennessee, whatever the fuck their stadium's called, to take on the Titans. Titans 4-2, Chiefs 3-3, Titans plus 4.5. Huh? 58% of the people are on the Titans.
This is a game. Travis Kelce, questionable. Tyreek Hill, questionable. Tyrann Mathieu, questionable. Chris Jones, questionable. A bunch of other guys, questionable. Or out for the Chiefs. You know who's not questionable for the Chiefs?
The dude that wears 15.
Yeah. But, more importantly, do you know who's not questionable at all?
I would assume number 22 for the Titans.
Yep. A man. A dude. I can't even call him a man, because that's a disgrace to him.
He ain't no man.
Calling him a man.
He's fucking extraterrestrial.
Calling him a man is a disgrace to him. A dude by the name of Derrick Henry is not questionable. And it's supposed to rain in Tennessee on Sunday. Ball's gonna be in Derrick Henry's hands.
Lord can only hope.
The only reason I know it's supposed to rain in Tennessee is if you go into the matchup analysis that CBS has, it shows the weather forecast up in the top right corner.
That being said, Ryan Tannehill's about to throw the ball 50 times.
If he does, I'm going to live to regret this pick. Give me the Tennessee Titans. I don't pick against the Kansas City Chiefs that often. This is that one time.
I do pick against the Kansas City Chiefs often at this rate because they are bad at covering for the last calendar year.
That is true. I will agree with that.
I am picking the Tennessee Titans not only to cover, but to win.
Oh, God, yeah, they're going to
win. That defense is so unbelievably awful for the Kansas City Chiefs. They had to pay so much to keep that offense together. That defense has suffered, and it's clear. 3-4 record, Kansas City Chiefs, fucking book it. Titans.
Titans are going to win. Derrick Henry's going to have a shit ton of yards.
Look. Bills beat the Chiefs, Titans beat the Bills. One way or another, that happened. I can't do it with Kansas City, especially to have them cover at all.
On the road.
Give me a field goal. Gonna give me a field goal. They lose by a field goal. What the fuck ever. But yeah, Titans plus 4.5 easy. Oh boy. AFC East shitfest.
Yeah. Yeah. I can't believe tickets are starting at $110. Who wants to go watch this game? Why? Why do you want to watch this game, people? Why?
Patriots fans are diehards, and after last week, they think the Patriots are back to being somewhat decent.
No. Just no.
The goddamn Jets
are not decent.
They're on the road to take on the New England Patriots and Mac and Cheese Jones. Patriots minus 7.5. 73% of the people are on the Patriots.
Some might be able to say, I'm a man of the people. I am looking through the injury notes to see one thing. You know what I'm looking for, Jordan. He is not on this list.
Matthew Judon?
The dude known as Matthew Judon is not on the list, meaning he will be playing for the New England Patriots, which means Zach Wilson might die. Repeatedly.
3-sack game for Matthew Judon coming up?
Distinctly possible. Give me New England.
It's easy. Jets stink. I mean, they're coming off a bye week. Fucking can't do it. Give me New England. Better than their record. Not good, but better than their record. Patriots easy. Well, WFT.
Embroiled with some controversy.
They're coming up in a segment a little bit later in the show,
Oh,
for
no.
one reason or another, they're on the road. They're heading to Lambeau to take on the Green Bay Packers.
Go Pack,
People
go.
are surprisingly split. Not split on this 9.5 Green Bay favorite. It's 72% of the people on CBS in favor of Green Bay. Who do you got in this one?
Go Pack, go.
Simple as that, eh?
Aaron Rodgers might throw for 500. Or he's going to get sat in the second half. It's going to be ugly.
WFT has zero reason for me to pick them.
Why are tickets? It's Green Bay. That's why.
It's Lambeau. Lambeau.
I just saw that. I was like, why? Then it was like, oh wait, it's at Green Bay.
Yep. Packers minus 9.5. Both of us.
Yep.
Moving on. Well, we've got a revenge game for Jared Goff taking on his former team in the LA Rams. Whoa.
Meaning that Matthew Stafford is taking on his former team in the Detroit Lions.
Yes, there's some breaking news that happened in the midst of me reading that. I was getting to that point. The Braves bandwagon is alive and well for unfortunate reasons. Justin Turner is done for the season.
Oh.
For the LA Dodgers.
Oh. Oh. Yeesh.
That season may very well be one game, but he's done.
I think it's
grade 2 hamstring strain for Justin Turner.
Yeah, that could be the season right there for the Dodgers.
Rippy dip. Yes, revenge game for both sides in a way. Jared Goff more so with the LA Rams in the way that, you know, he was done over there. Matthew Stafford, not so much of a revenge game. I think he still holds Detroit, at least the fans, in high regard. But the Lions are plus 14.5 against the 5-1 LA Rams. Oh boy, big number. Who do you got?
After seeing, first off, I haven't actually really had the chance to say this yet. I have not picked teams that have lost to the Cincinnati Bengals.
No.
Have not actually had the chance to say that yet this show. That trend, I mean, I've actually done it once. I did it for the first time last week. And I did it twice in last week's show. However, I'm going to stick on that trend. After the showing the Lions had this past Sunday, I just don't... The Rams are, across all facets of the game, better than the Bengals. This game's going to get ugly quick. Give me the Rams.
It could very well, but the big but sticks in there. And I don't know what to expect from this Lions team. When I picked them to cover, they produce a shit fest like they did with Cincinnati. When I picked them to not cover, they cover. I don't know what the fuck to do with my team. I am picking the Lions simply because there's I know the LA defense is better than the Cincinnati defense. But 14.5, you're going to give me 2 touchdowns? I'd be dumb not to take it. I don't think they're going to be that bad again. They can't be, right?
Oh, they can.
Professionals. These are professional athletes. Oh, fucking I wouldn't be surprised if LA covers, but I can't do it. I can't do it. 14.5, a lot of points. Matchup analysis really quick. It's 15, the current odds. Minus 15 for the Rams, but
it just gets worse.
It does. Yeah. Give me the Lions. I'll regret it, but whatever. Raiders, they're at home. Minus 2.5 against the Eagles. Who the hell cares?
I don't want to pick the Raiders. The fact that people are still paying to go see Raiders games. Tickets are starting at $185. Just because
they can thank the new stadium for that.
Yeah, new stadium in Vegas. The fact that I'm picking the Raiders is just, I fucking hate it. But
I do too, in a way, because Mark Davis is a piece of shit. But
I can't pick
the interim head coach effect. They have a better team than the Philadelphia Eagles. John Gruden had this team broken. I think the Raiders could actually do something.
That's my thing is
without John Gruden.
I don't believe in the interim coach effect.
Oh, I do. The stats are there.
I don't believe in it. I think the reason it seems like it's there is you get a team that is so dysfunctional, and then you get rid of the head of that dysfunction. They do function better. I think the two things are, there is no correlation in there. I think if you were to trying to think. Name a head coach on a good team.
On a good team?
Yeah.
Sean McDermott.
Bills. You take McDermott out and you replace him. I think the Bills are still going to be good. You look at the Cardinals last week. Cliff Kingsbury couldn't coach because of COVID. So they had a interim head coach in a way, and they still played good. You take Mike Vrabel away from the Tennessee Titans, and that team's probably actually going to get better because the new guy will be like Derrick Henry. But I digress. I don't necessarily buy into it, but the Philadelphia Eagles definitely have a worse team than Las Vegas. I think getting rid of the source of the dysfunction, which was John Gruden 100%, helps the Raiders because Gruden, those last 2 weeks of Gruden in which they lost to Chicago and then someone else, were just they were broken. Give me Vegas.
It's Vegas. It's Vegas easy for me.
Yeah.
Especially with the low spread. I do believe in the interim head coach effect because I've seen it firsthand, especially last season. Matt Patricia gets fired mid-season. Our interim head coach is Darrell Bevel, of all fucking people on this planet. And that team, with the change, fucking won a game in his first game there. It's like it's so wild, it makes no sense. The interim head coach effect is a thing, I'm convinced. Call me an NFL conspiracy theorist if you want. I don't care.
I wouldn't go that far.
Right. Right. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's just weird stat trends that I try to see. Yes, moving on, the 3-3 Chicago Bears, they're on the road. They take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Tampa minus 12.5. Big number, 53% of the people are on Tampa. People are split. Who do you got?
Give me Tampa. Justin Fields is improving every week. Don't get me wrong. But that Chicago Bear, everywhere else on that Chicago team kind of gets worse.
You're not wrong, but the fucking Eagles found a way to backdoor cover the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last week. and it kind of bit me in the ass a little bit.
That is true.
I have no faith. A lot of points. Give me the Bears.
Fair enough.
Gonna live to regret that one. And what might be the biggest beatdown of the week? Oh boy, and the biggest spread of the week.
Definitely the biggest spread we've seen all year.
I think there was one that was minus 17.
Oh. Probably
So
against the
it's
same
close.
team.
Probably. Either that or the Jags. The Houston Texans are on the road at 1-5. They take on the undefeated Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals are minus 16.5, and the people, well, I mean, a lot of people I think are just taking it because it's a lot of points, but only 61% of the people are on the Cardinals.
I'm one of those 61%. Give me the Cardinals.
Another one I'm going to live to regret. It's a lot of points in the NFL. I know they're bad. This game could wind up being 50 fucking nothing. I don't know. But give me the Texans. 16.5. Fucking big old number. For whatever reason, this game is on Sunday Night Football. The Indianapolis Colts are on the road. They travel to Santa Clara at Levi's Stadium to take on the 49ers. 49ers minus 3.5 off a bye week. And the majority of the people are on the Colts plus 3.5.
Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo are questionable, both with knee injuries.
One of them's going to play.
You would think. But you know what? I'm still, even if one of them does play, I'm still picking the Indianapolis Colts because of a man named Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah, that and Carson Wentz played well last week. Yeah, Colts, like I've said it all year. Colts are better than their record. Just had a rough go of it. So, yeah, Colts, easy. Moving on. Monday Night Football, and thank the fucking Lord, Monday Night Manning is back.
Thank God.
I don't have to listen to Steve Levy, Brian Greasy, and Louis Riddick
Ever again.
unless the Mannings decide to take another break again. I don't know. New Orleans Saints, they're on the road. They're a team that makes no sense. They travel to Lumen Field to take on the Seattle Seahawks in a team that is in all sorts of problems with Geno Smith leading the damn huddle these days. Saints minus 5.5. Right, like this is just a game where the Seahawks don't have a real quarterback right now, but the New Orleans Saints have not made sense the entire season.
I can't take Seattle. After seeing Geno Smith, I can't take Seattle. I don't want to take New Orleans. This is if I could take a push. Actually, that wouldn't work because that means I would technically be taking Seattle.
Fucking.
If I could take
I wouldn't be surprised the way these two teams' seasons has gone. I wouldn't even be surprised if they bent time and space to somehow find a way to push a 5.5.
Right. This game, we have not seen a tie in the NFL yet this year. This could be that game. This could be that game. There's I don't.
Fuck, if that's your way of thinking, you might as well take the points.
I'm taking the Saints. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can't.
I can't take Seattle, but I could also see this game ending in a tie because after seeing Seattle this past week against Pittsburgh, I don't think Seattle's really playing to win games. I think Pete Carroll's just trying to get through these 3-4 weeks.
So,
But give me the Saints.
The Saints, according to their pattern, are due for a shit fest. Because they win one convincingly, and then they hit the bed. Yeah,
that is true.
That pattern can't stay true all year long, can it?
I don't think so.
If it does, like, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna take the Saints. I think it's easy for me. Seattle's got too many questions, mainly under center. So that one's easy.
And that is the picks for the week.
There is.
Moving on.
Hope I can make some ground up this week.
Moving on.
Gotta make this interesting.
As we wrap up the show here, this one's gone a little longer than I thought. We've had some breaking news and a couple other little interruptions, and then my long rant about how much I hate the Tennessee Volunteers.
It'll happen.
We got our champion chump of the week. I don't know. I have a 3-way chump of the week. I have a 3-way tie for chump of the week.
I can't even tie my chump of the week. I'm gonna have some honorable mentions that I won't go in depth with, but I'll mention.
So
my champ of the week is fairly straight.
Okay.
Lucas Raymond, baby.
Fair enough.
Scored his first NHL goal
last night, right?
Last night against the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Won me some money.
Night. Hey, that was the game winner essentially. Well, no, it finished 4-1. Wasn't the game winner, but it broke a scoreless tie in the third period. Beautiful goal, beautiful play all around. Red Wings are very fun. I enjoy this team a lot. Never lost in regulation.
I am not really enjoying my team right now at times. I have questions about them, but I digress.
Yeah, just a lot of fun, this Red Wings team. I mean,
it'll be fun to watch.
Raymond scores that goal. His passing has been honestly better than his shooting, and his shooting's been phenomenal, even though he hadn't found the back of the net until last night. Raymond, this Red Wings team, Mo Sider, a lot of fun. And what does he get for fucking scoring his first NHL goal? Another missed boarding penalty by the NHL officials. Yay! Thankfully he's fine and was only taken out of that game for protocols, but he'll be back.
I'm gonna double down on this on your champ of the week. Captain Dylan Larkin, top form, go and grabbing the puck for him.
Yes.
Top form.
Yes, I love it. That. I mean, there were people a season ago that were questioning Dylan Larkin as captain. I think that maybe in a traditional sense where you would have guys that would stick up for your captain. Dylan Larkin's a captain that'll stick up for himself and the rest of his team. He ain't afraid. Jack Roslovic was the one that hit Lucas Raymond last night. And guess who were the first two in there? Dylan Larkin and Tyler Bertuzzi. And they're roughing up Roslovic. It's just a different way of hockey, you know. When Steve Yzerman was captain of these Wings, you know, you had guys like Joey Kocur and Bob Probert, Darren McCarty. They were the guys that would stick up for the captain and stick up for the team. Dylan Larkin's a captain that's going to stick up for his team himself. And he ain't even really a fighter, but he'll rough some people up.
He kind of has to. I think he kind of has to just because of how bad this team is or could be.
I don't even know, man. I think don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but this is a team that is building, and they got their guys now. They got the young core in there, and I think they are on the right track. I don't think they're going to be bad by any means.
Okay, so your chump of the week, or champ of the week, I should say, is actually kind of better than mine. I am going with 2 weeks in a row. My champ of the week is from the Ohio State football program. This one, and Ohio State had a bye this week. I am going with true freshman defensive end, Ohio State's true freshman defensive end, Javonte Jean-Baptiste. And here's why. This is the first year of players being able to get paid for name, image, likeness, and the like.
Yep.
Javonte Jean-Baptiste, he's not one. He didn't go out and sign this big flashy contract. He's just kind of doing his own thing. He's making YouTube videos. He's making TikTok content. He's streaming Apex Legends and other stuff here on Twitch. He's just doing his own thing, living his life, having a phenomenal time. And this is the one thing that slightly worried me about it. And some people are saying, oh, you're just picking him because he's an Ohio State guy and you're an Ohio State fan. You're probably right. I can't disagree with that. I can't really argue that. But this is a young man who is, again, true freshman at Ohio State he's seen playing time. He's seen meaningful playing time even. Young man at Ohio State who, with the name, image, likeness laws allowing him to make money, he could have kind of pulled a Quinn Ewers or so many other players in the college and went and tried to get this big, flashy money deal. Instead, he's just doing what he likes. And I love it.
I love all of it except TikTok, because TikTok is cancer.
Some of his TikTok, I'm not big on it. Like, I follow him on Twitter and I see some of the TikTok videos he makes. It's just like goofy stuff happening in the before practice in the locker room, going up to his teammates. Hey, would you?
If he ain't dancing on midfield logos like Juju Smith-Schuster, hey, he's doing better than most of TikTok.
He is not doing that. It's like one of them, he went through pretty much the entire Ohio State locker room last week on their bye week. Hey, who on the team would you let date your sister? It's what he's doing in the Ohio State locker room.
Sounds like good stuff.
What he's doing in the Ohio State locker room is the exact same stuff that happens in every football locker room in college and high school. I can attest to that. I can attest to what Javonte Jean-Baptiste is doing on TikTok through the Ohio State locker room. It's stuff it's natural stuff that happens in the locker room anyway. He's just bringing content to the people. He's doing what he loves. He's having a great time being an 18-year-old college kid, but still being what very well could be. He could be another dude in a long list of dudes at defensive end at Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't go out and say, oh, hey, with these new name, image, likeness laws, I can go make myself a shit ton of money. He's just living his life, having fun.
Hanging in there.
And I love it. So he's my champ of the week. You could say what you want about me picking an Ohio State guy who's just living life, having fun, but whatever. This was a week where we didn't really have a whole lot of champs. Not a lot going on. We had way more chumps.
I was going to say, we had a few chumps. And if you're done with that...
Yes, go ahead.
Get into mine here.
I have a feeling your honorable mentions are the same as my tie.
So, my chump of the week could very well be the NHL Department of Player Safety.
Yeah.
For suspending a guy who got boarded with no call on that play. The boarding call, or the penalty that was assessed to Tampa Bay on Matthew Joseph on the boarding of Dylan Larkin wasn't for boarding, it was for roughing.
Yes.
Figure that one out.
I'm gonna stop you for 1 second. As a Tampa Bay Lightning fan, I do not like Matthew Joseph. He has more penalty minutes than points. He's not.
I just think
he wasn't really brought on the team to be just that guy, because he wasn't. But as a Lightning fan, I'm not really a fan of Matthew Joseph. You're looking at a guy who has, I believe, officially crossed over more. Nope. Well, up until this season's stats are not up on Wikipedia yet or anything. He's not a big dude. He's 6'1", 185 pounds.
Which makes zero sense for the way he plays.
But up through the 2021 season, his NHL, he's had 52 penalty minutes in his NHL career in 3.5 seasons, or 3 seasons, and 52 points. He hasn't been. I mean, he was a 4th round pick, but he hasn't been like great. He's just kind of on the team.
He's out there to do shit like he did to Dylan Larkin.
So, like, I did just want to throw that out there. Like, I disagree entirely with what happened there. Like, it should have been boarding. Larkin shouldn't have gotten the suspension. I'm not a fan of just the random punch, but I think it was justified.
So here's the thing. I don't disagree with the suspension of Dylan Larkin. 1 game, fucking whatever. And Larkin agrees with that, and so we might have to cancel our plans, by the way, for potential fight night at the Joe 2, because they had text messages and they both apologized to each other. Fucking Jesus Christ!
I still want to go. I mean, it's not going to be as exciting now.
I mean, it still could be. It's still 2 teams that, anytime they get together, rough stuff and shenanigans.
Yeah.
But, no. Could be the NHL Department of Player Safety for not even reviewing a clear boarding call where Larkin had his head completely facing the boards and had zero clue the hit from behind was coming in, and had the balls to say that Matthew Joseph was unaware or unsuspecting of the punch Dylan Larkin was throwing his way, even though Matthew Joseph was facing Dylan Larkin at the time.
Yep. Very much was.
It also could be for brother of Patrick Mahomes, fucking Jackson Mahomes, for filming a TikTok dance on the number 21 of Sean Taylor that was retired this weekend by the Washington football team. Some, shenanigans that we're going to get into here with my actual chump of the week with that, but, I feel like doing a dance on the number of a player that was murdered, that's number is retired, you got to have better awareness than that. You're a dumbass, and it seems like every week Jackson Mahomes is doing something dumb.
Yep.
But my actual chump of the week is indeed the Washington football team.
So you have 2 of my 3, I think.
And there are no fucking excuses for what they did this last weekend. There are none. Obviously, the email controversy going on. They announced 3 days prior to their game a week ago against the Kansas City Chiefs, of all people, when they know they were going to get slaughtered, that we're gonna retire the number of one of our greatest players of all time, a player that nobody has anything bad to say about ever, and we're giving our fans a 3-day notice that we're retiring his jersey number. The president of the Washington football team came out with this awful apology that said, we didn't know that you guys wanted to be here for that, essentially. And I guarantee you that not only Washington fans would have packed the stadium for that had it been planned ahead of time, but NFL fans in general, because Sean Taylor's held in that sort of regard.
I would have flown there. I fucking would have. I would have hopped on a plane on an instant if it would have been possible.
Absolutely insane. All that happened before Sunday. The Washington football team dedicated a road next to the stadium as Sean Taylor Road. The picture that was taken in dedication to that was taken in front of porta potties. The sideline number tribute that Jackson Mahomes did dance all over.
Yes.
Which is why he's still dumb. Because the fact that you're dancing all over the retired number and the all-around good guy, as far as we know, in Sean Taylor, the fact that you're dancing all over his number is incredibly dumb. But the Washington football team decided to make that area the designated area for visiting team VIPs, which included Jackson Mahomes.
Yeah.
So in a way, it's on them.
So, I actually misspoke when I said I had a 3-way. I technically have a 4-way tie, and I'm not going to get too deep into all of mine. Because 2 of mine you already talked about. Were you done?
Oh, no.
Oh, then go ahead. Finish, please.
The halftime ceremony for Sean Taylor's jersey retirement featured no speeches whatsoever.
Of course not.
And the owner, Dan Snyder,
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
wore a hoodie in the pregame family meeting with Sean Taylor's family, and in the photo with his frame jersey, like he couldn't be bothered to be there. The questions were raised when they announced this last week, and people gave Washington the benefit of the doubt and said, look, jersey retirements, man, they do take a lot of time to come up with and to organize and everything. No, they don't. Not for Washington. You took a jersey retirement of one of your best players that's ever played for your despicable franchise.
One of the best players in the league, also.
Mm-hmm.
And a universally loved player.
I haven't seen a single person throughout all of this fiasco say a negative thing about Sean Taylor. I don't think I ever have.
Probably never will.
Ever. And you took his jersey retirement and you made a goddamn shit show about it for some positive PR in the midst of an absolute scandal with the emails the email fiasco that's going on with the Washington football team. WFT and Dan Snyder specifically might be chump of the millennium. You cannot. You physically cannot. Even, and I haven't seen anybody defend it. Defend the way that this went down.
I almost...
It is absolutely awful. The way that they brought Sean Taylor's name into just, well, this looks like it'll probably get us some positive recognition. And then they did this. How are you this bad?
Yeah.
How are you that shitty of a human?
I almost want to change that to my chump of the week, but
It falls on Dan Snyder, man. And it comes as no surprise. Like, Dan Snyder has and always has been, always will be, rather, like, just the worst owner in the NFL.
Yeah.
And possibly one of the worst humans on this planet.
Yeah. I almost, because I mean, I didn't forget that it was happening. It just kind of flew under the radar.
I mean, some of these pictures, man, like, literally, you got the family holding the sign that says Sean Taylor Road. The sign that points to Sean Taylor Road. And we got 5 porta potties in the background.
Yeah, I almost want to change that to chump of the week, to my chump of the week, but I'm not going to, just because you took it.
I was gonna say, I'm sure there's more chumps out there.
Yeah.
There've been a ton.
This week.
And we already covered this one, so go ahead.
So yeah, I'm not going to, but that's gonna be chump of the year. I honestly don't think anything's gonna top that for this year, for 2021.
I mean, it's absolutely despicable. Like, there is no way around it. Despicable.
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna top that for 2021. Okay, my chump of the...
If ever.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess we're gonna have to introduce a chump of all time.
It's gonna be that
at the end of each season, because it ain't nothing passing this.
Yeah.
We've been in a season that's seen the Urban Meyer fiasco, that's seen the John Gruden fiasco, and yet somehow
it keeps getting worse.
And the Washington football team have made it worse.
And it's probably going to keep getting worse. My 4-way chump of the week is it 4, 3, 4? Yeah, I believe 4. Number 1, you touched on it a little bit. I'm going to go in deeper. Actually, I'm going to start on the one that I don't have to go too deep on. Patrick Mahomes' brother. Dumbass TikTok dancing.
Awful.
What was his name? Fucking Jackson, thank you. Like, I actually do only know him as Patrick Mahomes' brother. This is not the first time he's done something stupid. Yeah.
Well, it's every week that he has to. I mean, and Patrick has had to come out and, like, say things about the shit that his brother does. It's just like,
and honestly, I don't
want to hear from Jackson Mahomes ever again.
I don't think Patrick can't defend him on this one. Can't defend his brother on this one.
No, he can't. Like, what possible? How in the hell can you think that it's a good idea to do your dumbass L TikTok dance, flashing the L with your hand on the jersey number on the sideline of a retired player and a player that was taken from the earth far too soon? Like, I don't understand the absolute lack of self-awareness that it takes to do something like that. And I've seen people come out and try and defend him. Oh, well, the Washington football team put him there. Okay, well, they didn't exactly say dance all over his number now, did they?
From the picture that I saw, like, that little area was cordoned off.
there were about 15 people, Kansas City Chiefs VIPs that were in that area. For whatever reason, it was roped off, but that's where they had them stand.
Yeah, it was dumb.
And that's it was incredibly dumb, but the fact that you have the self-awareness of a goddamn pencil.
Yeah, not even a pylon at that point.
To just dance all over his number. Somebody who's more of a man than you'll ever be.
So
it's awful.
Number one, I have Jackson Mahomes. This is all a four-way tie. Number two, the NHL Office of Player Safety and the NHL officials for saying they're going to crack down on cross-checking and boarding. And well, so far this year, we're only a week into the season, and I've seen more than boarding and cross-checking this past 2 weeks. Then
if it's a Red Wings thing or if it's happening league-wide.
It's happening league-wide.
There have been 4. And mind you, the Red Wings have played 3 games. 4 brutal cross-checks to Red Wings players, and only one of them has been called as boarding. Cross-checks face first in the boards of defenseless players. In what possible world is that cracking down on it?
Like, it's not just the Red Wings, it is happening league-wide. The, like, I think it was...
It's why Dylan Larkin did what he did.
Like, Tom Wilson cross-checked fucking Nikita Kucherov.
Well, there's a shock.
Yeah, I mean, didn't get called. Like, it is league-wide. So they're number 2. Like, how are you... Oh, yeah, we're going to crack down on this. And then the officials are still... It's not getting... I think I've seen one cross-checking penalty this entire... Like, out of every hockey game I've watched this past week.
And what? That was Palat on Rasmussen in the Red Wings game?
Yes.
It's comical, and all I have to say on that is just... I guess that's what we as fans get for having, it's not our fault, but having a former enforcer in George Peros as the director of the Department of Player Safety.
Yeah.
So like that makes sense. A guy that's job was literally to try and hurt people in charge of the Department of Player Safety.
Yeah.
Figure that out. He got hit and knocked out and injured one time in a fight, and all of a sudden, let's feel bad for him.
Right.
Like, he's gonna crack down on this stuff. He hasn't.
And it's not even just him.
Put Brendan Shanahan back in that role.
And it's not even just on him. Like, it's just the league as a whole. Like, the officiating, too.
Oh, the officiating, it's brutal.
Like,
I mean, and if the officials did their job, the Department of Player Safety wouldn't be necessary.
Yeah.
At least in this capacity.
And then, so yeah, I agree with that. So that was 2. Number 3, I've already talked about it a lot today. I talked about it ad nauseum. The Tennessee Volunteers and their fan base. I said it. Black eye on college football. This is going to hang over college football like a cloud the rest of this regular season, I think.
Probably right.
Long term, it's going to be worse on Tennessee, as it should be, but just as a whole, you're going to see it in every stadium you're going to see increased preventative measures to prevent that kind of stuff from happening. It's going to be a black cloud over college football the rest of the season. And it's disgraceful. And finally, to wrap out my tie for number 1 chump of the week, Mark Davis. Just take your loss here, Mark. Just shut your fucking mouth and let this die. It would be better for the league. You believe that this is a hit against the Las Vegas Raiders, and this is targeted. the NFL is targeting your team.
650,000 emails. But yeah, sure, Mark. It's just focused on you.
It's just targeting your team.
Maybe, think about it for a second. Maybe your head coach just said some shitty things, more shitty than anything else that was found in those emails.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second, Mark. I don't expect Mark Davis to have much of a conscience and much awareness whatsoever, but like, goddamn.
Yeah, he doesn't. And you know what? Yo, I didn't want to fire him. My dad, he's just being like.
Well, you did.
You pretty much did. You felt. Oh, I felt like I needed to fire him because the NFL was against me. Shut the fuck up, Mark Davis. Shut the fuck up.
You called him into your office, and you said, "Hey, look, this ain't a good look. Something's got to be done." And he didn't fire him.
You let him walk.
He gave him the chance to resign,
which is an even worse. Honestly, an even worse look for the Raiders.
Exactly. Not like because it is a worse look for the Raiders, and that's exactly what we'd expect from Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Like, they don't have the balls, and they don't have the anything. There's about 5 different words in my head right now. They don't have the balls to fire the man.
Yeah.
Because they think so highly of John Gruden.
And, just like, this story needs to die. It's obviously not going to because...
It ain't gonna.
It's not going to because Mark Davis...
You got the David Baker resignation that comes at a bad time with the NFL Hall of Fame. I like David Baker a lot. It's gonna suck a lot if some stuff comes out with that. I mean, this ain't close to done. I mean, 650,000 emails and 3, 4, 5 people, 6 people have been implicated in that. What? You think that those 6 people are the only 6 people that sent 100,000 emails to Bruce Allen?
Like,
no.
Mark Davis...
if there's something else in there, it's gonna come out. I mean, and it's just a matter of time before those things are released to everybody, and we'll see what goes on with that.
Mark Davis just needs to let this die, though, at least on the Raiders' end. This is a terrible look for him and the Raiders. Oh, yeah, expect lawsuits against the NFL soon. Dude,
yeah, those will go well.
Look at Colin Kaepernick and
You see that L that Jackson Mahomes flashed in his TikTok dance? Just
take that. Take that L. Like, it's embarrassing. You're right, the story's not going to die. I hope we don't have to talk about it a lot more on this podcast, because I
don't want to talk about it either, because I don't enjoy these negative, our news segment was so much bad shit. It just sucks. I want to talk about good stuff.
Our only positive thing, and I started on Saturday night after all the Tennessee bullshit happened. I sent you a message, and it's funny that 2 of our biggest news stories of the week happened to be in my chump of the week.
Yep.
I sent you a message Tuesday or Saturday night after the Tennessee stuff happened, or actually probably just as it was happening, if I remember correctly. Saying, "Son of a bitch, I was really hoping we would have a news segment where it wasn't just ranting and awful shitty news."
That sounds about right.
And here it is, 3 of most of our news stories. The Tennessee stuff. Ed Ogeron agreeing to leave LSU. Mark Davis. Ben Simmons drama. The only the NASCAR recap. That goes into news just because we can't put anywhere else in the show right now.
And it's sort of negative because Kyle Larson's a piece of shit.
Yeah, our only positive news was the Aaron Rodgers funniness.
Oh, God damn it.
Like, hopefully next week.
Come on.
I don't want to have to talk about this shitty stuff.
I mean, hey, at least next week we don't essentially have a lot of time to talk about news. We're going to have to kind of speed through it.
Thank
We
God.
got Caleb on. We got a lot of stuff to get to. Michigan State, potentially all undefeated. So.
Thank God. I never thought I'd be looking forward to doing a Michigan State preview on this show, but I am. Because it gives us a reason to not have to go through a long fucking news segment where it's looking like, unfortunately, 4 weeks in a row now. 3 episodes? 3. Because this all started with the Urban Meyer drama 3 weeks ago.
I didn't think anything was stopping that this season.
It just got worse. Every week it has progressively gotten worse.
Don't get it.
Oh,
God.
So those are my chumps of the week. Let's move on, wrap this show up. We've been going for 4 hours because we've had so much ranting and disruptions.
At this point, I don't even care. Every single week, we're just like, yeah, let's keep the show short. The world has not allowed that to happen.
It hasn't.
I'm just preparing for 3 to 4 hour shows every week at this point.
It hasn't felt like it's been 4 hours.
It's 1 day a week.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
It hasn't felt like it's been 4 hours. I like to try and keep it shorter just because it's easier to audio edit, but...
Right. It does feel like it's been 4 hours, but
yeah.
I don't even care.
One for the road. Mine's simple. I talked about it last week in the F1 segment, or F1 bid news.
All right.
This week is the United States Grand Prix at the Circuit of the Americas down in Texas. That's it. It's Sunday 3 o'clock, Sunday 3 o'clock on ABC.
It's very nice.
Gonna be a good race.
Very nice, and the only time all season long that we don't have to be up at 4 a.m. or a little bit around 4 a.m. to try and catch the start of an F1 race.
Some of them this year have been a little bit better, starting at like 8.
I mean,
but
yes.
Yeah.
And Canada not being on the schedule this year hurts it.
It has been nice though. It's gonna be nice though having a race at a normal time.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm definitely gonna try and get into that one. I mean, we got it's Sunday, so we got football on. Where the fuck is NASCAR this weekend? Real quick.
I honestly don't know.
I mean, it's Martinsville or Kansas. Kansas. F1, this week, probably going to take priority if I'm not watching football. I'm going to have to fucking have a couple different screens going this weekend, I feel like. But
so that's my one for the road is the...
U.S. Grand Prix is a very good one for the road. If people in certain circles shit on Circuit of the Americas, I like that track.
I do too.
I mean, they only hate it. Well, there's too much runoff area. Fucking, what do you want? It's half the F1 schedule.
It's a modern track. I like it.
It is.
It's not Azerbaijan.
My hatred from Baku comes simply out of the F1 games and the fact that I cannot turn a lap at that place. I mean, I can turn a lap. Yeah, maybe, but a whole race? Can't run a whole race and not fucking run into something. Same with Monaco.
It's not Baku. It's not Sochi. It's not Monaco.
Oh God!
All of these old heads like these fucking tight courses, and
Sochi isn't even on that level of Baku and Monaco.
No, it's still tight though.
It's tighter than most. It's just wide open and there's runoff here. Like, why do people want to see these F1 cars fucking smash into walls?
I don't get it because that's not like they're meant to go vroom. They're meant to go vroom, and that's what I don't get about F1 fans. They always complain like they want to see every race in the tight confines of Monaco where you have literally one spot in the entire track for passing, but they don't like seeing
cars that can't pass.
But they don't like seeing the result of Monaco, where it's just whoever wins pole wins the race.
Yeah,
which I don't get with F1 fans. Like, we don't want tracks this wide open. We want tight tracks like Azerbaijan, like Baku or Monaco. But then when Baku and Monaco pull up, we don't like this. This was just a procession. What do you want? There's one place to pass on the whole fucking track.
NASCAR fans don't know what they want either, man. I don't know what it is with. I feel like it's racing fans more so than anybody else. It's just like they just complain week after week. It's tiring.
Agreed.
Speaking of things that are tiring, we're getting into another fan base with my one for the road that is very tiring, but not for the reason that it is my one for the road. And I can't even believe that I'm doing this.
Oh no.
Tomorrow.
Thursday.
Noon.
Oh no.
On Peacock.
Oh no.
It is WWE Crown Jewel. This could fall in to one for the road and chump of the week. I mean, fucking hell. I despise the Saudi Arabia shows. The only reason they exist is because of the Saudi Arabia oil money, and Vince McMahon fell for it. But, that being said, we've got ourselves a fucking card. If you're awake at noon tomorrow and able to watch this on Peacock, I mean, speaks for itself. We got 3-way women's match for the title. That's going to be phenomenal. Becky Lynch, Sasha Banks, Bianca Belair, phenomenal athletes. They'll put on a show. Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns. That's going to be a great one. If a belt fucking changes on this show, I'm going to be absolutely amazed, especially for Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. Brock wins that match tomorrow. I'm going to lose my damn mind. And then the main one for me, Edge, Seth Rollins, Hell in a Cell. Those dudes are absolutely incapable of putting on a bad match. Gonna be phenomenal.
That one's gonna be fun.
I mean, how can it not be? Like, you're talking about Edge, one of the best of his time, who's come back from an injury after he was out 9 years, against Seth Rollins, one of the best of his time as well. And it's just gonna be an absolutely phenomenal show. I gotta be up before noon to watch that thing. So
I still want Brood Edge back, but I digress.
It's not impossible. You know, they got the red painted Hell in a Cell these days. It's a possibility. You never know. Brood Edge at SummerSlam was a very fun thing. That Brood theme is just fucking so good.
I love it.
What?
Love it. So with that being said, that is our one for the road, and that's our show.
It is long one, but a fun one.
Yeah, fun one. I agree with Jordan every week. It just seems like something comes up where we can't keep it short.
Can't, man. I mean, we can try and keep next week short all we want, but I mean, we got 3 people coming in here. We got Caleb, aka Sparty, coming in here next weekend.
Yep, I'm excited for that.
Michigan State fan, me and him probably gonna have some strong opinions about Michigan State.
I'm here just to moderate and keep this from going into a 6-hour show.
I mean, I don't think I don't know if we necessarily need a moderator. I think we're very civil people, but yeah, it's very much so more of a me and Caleb thing for the Michigan State preview. But he'll be here doing everything else with us.
I will be here. I will be the true host. tomorrow.
Right.
Or next week, I mean.
I've sent him the links to do the picks. Excuse me, next week, so he'll be doing some picks with us.
Excellent. It'll be a fun time. I'm looking forward to it. The rare chance we do get to have guests on, I do enjoy it. Like both times we've had Jeff on, it's been rare form. It's been perfect.
Even though it goes 5 hours, it's just like I don't even care.
Jeff has the quote of the year on this podcast about the Buffalo Sabres. They can't even buy a 69. I'm gonna be using that all year.
Which might not even be true, man.
It might be true about the Arizona Coyotes, but
I don't know if the Buffalo Sabres played tonight. I doubt they did after last night, but they're 3-0.
Watch them lose the next like 15.
I right now I'm saying, I mean, even if it's a sprinkle, put a little on the Buffalo Sabres over 69. I think it was 69.5 total points.
No, it's fun whenever we get guests on. We get to have great interactions all the time. It's something
a different dynamic.
Adds a different dynamic. Hopefully with something we can kind of start sprinkling in more than just once every year or once every couple months. I
mean, we got enough friends that would want to do this shit.
Yeah.
So we can bring some people on.
Just takes a lot of planning. But that takes care of the housekeeping, obviously.
I was trying to think of anybody else that we would even like have to bring on for any sort of big events like this. But I mean, we can, try and bring Jeff on more than once a year. If everything goes well with Caleb, bring him on more than once a year.
I would say he would probably be a good fit for the March Madness preview in a few months.
That would be a good idea.
That would probably fit Caleb pretty well because he's a basketball guy, I think, or at least a college basketball guy.
He's more in tune with college than Jeff is.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's our.
Jeff, and you can't blame him. I mean, it's living up in Canada.
Down in Canada.
Okay.
Living in, as I put it on the podcast, in the audio and on the YouTube video for the hockey preview, the great frozen tundra of Canada, because I couldn't put the great north because, well, it's
the great south here.
The great south of Michigan. South of Alpena, Michigan. Yeah. Oh God.
No, you can't blame him for not paying attention to college sports. It's not relevant.
No. So that's the housekeeping for the week. Caleb will be on next week.
Big show next week. Looking forward to it. Michigan just needs to take care of business, and we got a fucking game on our hands, boys.
Yep.
Undefeated state rivals.
It'll be a good time.
I'm gonna be nervous as fuck during that game, and I'm sure I'll express that next week, man. But
all I got, other than that now,
it'll be a big game.
All I got other than that now is we are 2 months into season 5. Season 5, assuming everything goes well and according to plan, will probably last well into mid-April. So we still
mid-April, do some MLB previews at the very least.
Stanley Cup previews, possibly Stanley Cup playoff previews, I should say.
Right.
So
maybe a special or two when the NHL ends and the NBA ends. I mean, they happen around the same time generally.
Yeah.
So when they both happen, maybe smash those in to a special little show there.
Yeah. We so we do have a slate. We have kind of a marathon in front of us. I mean, we'll probably, looking at the calendar, we can't take Thanksgiving week off just because Ohio State Michigan plays on the Saturday following Thanksgiving. So we might have to do that show on like Tuesday instead of Wednesday.
If that's what we have to do, it's probably works out better for me as well.
Or switch it to Friday instead of Wednesday. Something, I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. I couldn't tell you where the hell I'll be on Thanksgiving, so.
Yeah, we probably won't be able to take that weekend off, or that week off, just because Ohio State, Michigan. And that is
We'll figure out a time to slot it in there.
Yeah, Ohio State, Michigan. That game is the entire premise of this show.
Essentially, but although you go through every single sport that we're a fan of, and it is
Pretty much.
the reason it is why it's the reason it's called what it is.
Yeah.
I'm a Tigers fan. You're an Indians fan. I'm a Pistons fan. You're sort of a Cavs fan.
I don't. Yeah.
Red Wings fan, Lightning fan, Michigan fan, Ohio State fan, Chelsea fan, Man United fan. Goes so deep.
We could keep going for a while. So first, it's distinctly possible our first break for the season won't be till around Christmas. So thank you for this first.
Be a bye week. Gotta be a bye week in there somewhere.
Right. Bye weeks suck, but we gotta find one eventually.
I know, man, they do. Where's that cardboard cutout when you need them?
Right. Eventually, we will be getting back into doing watch parties and radio style casts of games. Eventually. But with that being said, thank you for the first 2 months of this of season 5 here. It's been great. Every week has been fun. I know.
The most rigidly scheduled season we've ever done.
Yes, that is also true. Every week has been fun. I have enjoyed every single week we've done. I think Jordan can echo that sentiment.
Echo.
And
what you're looking for?
That's good enough. And I'm looking forward to another more than 8 episodes.
We'll be back a time or two between now and April.
Yeah. So with that being said, everybody, thank you for making us a part of your day, your night. Thank you for watching or listening, however you may be watching or listening, wherever you may be. With that being said, peace out. Actually, Jordan, do you have anything before I do hit end on this? Do you have anything to say?
Fuck Dan Snyder.
That's peace out and stay classy, internet, and fuck Dan Snyder. That is the perfect way to end this. Find the right button here. See ya.
Might as well sign up.